Hey everyone, something a little different today. We come to you in a less jovial mood than normal. I'm Ollie Johnson. I'm here with Murasaki's Pit. How you doing?
Well, honestly, I know this has been stewing for about a week, almost an entire week now. When you think about it, this whole thing happened around, well, was made public around Saturday of last week,
Yeah,
and we're coming up to Friday, so it's almost a week. And I like to have a laugh. You've seen us on the streams and and stuff like that, and I love to make jokes about. There's usually no limit I won't cross, but this requires my serious face.
yeah. I noticed that no one, at least on YouTube, has detailed the lawsuit in full. So we're going to do that. The full thing was published in an article by Wrestle Talk. I'll link it in the description. Once the
Well, you see, the
stream
thing
is
is,
out.
a lot of what's there, a lot of people just don't want to talk about it
Yeah, but I think
in
someone
general. The
should.
whole thing, like a lot of what's happening, like I'm seeing a lot of memes, and like the last 3 days, I've been seeing memes here and there, and I'm like, okay, I don't get it. I mean, I'm sure you've seen the one with Roman Reigns covered in dog food, and then all these
Yeah,
names over,
yeah.
and like, okay, I need context,
Right.
and
Well,
then I got a little bit of context, and then I'm like, okay, this is really messed up.
yeah.
But it is something that we need to talk about but I really think we should make it clear that everything we're going to talk about are allegations. That's it.
Yeah. Um, I'm just going to read the lawsuit as it is written, and we can talk about what's said there. We should mention that neither of us know anyone in question or have had any contact with any of them. Oh God, the it still says Yakuza Kiwami on Twitch. I just noticed. God, I've got to go and change that. uh,
Oh dear.
Stream manager.
Yeah, we don't want to traumatize anyone, so it's good we
No,
notice this now.
just uh,
But again, I should reiterate to anyone listening that these are literally allegations at the moment. It's very possible that none of this is true. It's in a stage where it could take years. It could take a while. Like stuff like this
oh. Hawk says you
could
might
take
want
years.
to share your screen. Um,
Mhm.
yeah, I have the lawsuit in a Word document, but for that reason, I'll do that. Just
Yeah.
um, no, I'll tell you what, I'll find the Wrestle Talk article that um published it. I'll open that in a new window, and I will. The article is called WWE Parent Company CEO Ari Emanuel's reaction to Vince McMahon's allegations revealed. Um, the gist of it is Ari Emanuel said he basically won't hesitate to cut out anyone he has to protect his business. Um,
That's probably a smart deal. Keep in mind, just to show how big this is. This is the same person who when the issue with Saudi Arabia happened, the big incident that caused everybody to be like, don't do anything. We shouldn't do any business with these people. He was one of the first people I've heard of that literally just went, okay, we're not doing business with you, and cut all deals with Saudi Arabia. Like he is that willing to cut out things that are that dangerous
yeah, which
or that he sees as a problem.
is respectable. Yeah.
Well, like,
Are we surprised that Vince McMahon is being illegally challenged on being extremely shady? Well, um, by reputation, no. It, I mean, I don't know the details, so some of them may yet surprise us. But if I don't
I will
start
just,
soon, we're gonna be here all night because there are
yeah, we could,
18,500 words in this lawsuit. Yeah,
yeah, there's a lot to get through. Though I will just say that most wrestlers are themselves like put up to 11. Vince is, what we see on television is basically, in some cases, there are other stories not related to this case of his behavior.
yeah,
And it's him. Well, what we see is just him at like 6 or 4, maybe.
I mean, that would be what some of the rumors going around suggest. But okay, complaint. Plaintiff Janelle Grant, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, by and through her undersigned counsel, hereby files this complaint against defendants World Wrestling Entertainment Incorporated, NKA World Wrestling Entertainment LLC, WWE, or the company, Vincent K. McMahon, and John Laurinaitis, alleging as follows. And then there, point one, point two, there's just
Wait, so this is just John and Vince?
well, the company and Vince and John Laurinaitis specifically.
Okay, so this isn't the whole. I'm guessing this is because of the whole. Because I know there's a certain other individual that has been
We'll get to that.
suggested, yeah, but I'm guessing because he didn't get involved in WWE till much later. They've probably their allegations are for a lot longer.
The complaint has been filed against WWE, the company, and Vince and John Laurinaitis. Alright, let's. If this suit was. What results are wet? Seb says if this suit was any bigger, it'd be in a Lady Gaga music video. Innocent until proven guilty, but I wouldn't be surprised to find out he did some really. Well, this is what we're going through the allegations now.
Yeah, and again, that's a point that needs to be reiterated. It's allegations right now.
Yeah. Plaintiff Janelle Grant is a former employee of WWE who was the victim of physical and emotional abuse, sexual assault, and trafficking at WWE. Miss Grant is filing this lawsuit not just to address her own suffering, but to act for those who are afraid to speak out. WWE's billionaire founder and executive chairman, defendant Vincent K. McMahon, lived in a penthouse duplex in Miss Grant's apartment building. The two met in March 2019, when Miss Grant was dealing with profound grief and struggling financially. After devoting years to around-the-clock caregiving, her parents passed away. On top of that, she was unemployed and her family home was lost in her parents' bankruptcy. After her family passed away, Miss Grant dedicated herself to finding gainful employment. Neighbours and her building provided career advice and sought her... neighbours in her building provided career advice and sought her assistance with personal events. Miss Grant used these non-paying roles and volunteer work in community initiatives to build her resume. The building's resident manager wanted to help. She messaged McMahon to ask whether he would talk to her. Sharing that Miss Grant had been through hardship and would do great things if given a fresh start, McMahon enthusiastically responded, "Hell yes." Sorry, I'm just going to get my Twitch page up on the other monitor so that I can see comments as they happen. I've neglected to do that. Penthouse duplex. Not a penthouse suplex. All this despite the wildlife, he said. I'm glad Seb's here to offer the humour.
I don't think it's appropriate for the humour really right now, but...
Yeah.
As long as it's not us doing it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we can't really control...
That can be a monster all he wants.
Yeah. Oh. Well, we haven't got to anything particularly nasty yet.
No.
Yet being the key word here. Oh, God. Okay, let me just... This is point number 6 out of about 336. McMahon befriended Ms. Grant, giving her hopes of a new life with promises of a yet-to-be-determined role at WWE, and showering her with attention and assurances, along with gifts like a VIP experience at WrestleMania. Levity in the face of horrible accusations. Yeah. But what seemed like a dream in the spring of 2019 quickly became a nightmare. As McMahon dangled career-making and life-changing promises in front of Miss Grant, he demonstrated an increasing lack of boundaries. During several meetings that were ostensibly about a potential job at WWE, he greeted her in his underwear. touched her, repeatedly asked for hugs, and spent hours sharing intimate details about his personal life.
Okay, I need a minute.
Oh, by the way,
I,
Sam,
I,
I know we are intending to go through the whole thing, but if at any point you decide you don't want to go any further, just say so.
I appreciate that. Likewise for you, if you feel you can't go any further,
Yeah.
like this is too much, I will completely understand. Although I will just say I know it's not appropriate for it, but am I the only one who can actually sadly? It just seems weird,
I pictured it in
Vince.
perfect clarity, if that's what you're thinking of.
What I'm saying is I can't see Vince asking for hugs and things. Although he has been open the last few years about his personal life, like about growing up in a trailer park in Charlottesville,
Yeah.
I think, or North Carolina, and basically having problems with his stepdads.
Yeah, I
He's
remember that.
like been very open about that. So I think I can believe that Vince does not, because we've heard the stories that Vince doesn't like to be vulnerable.
Yeah. Trigger says
But
tap out if needed, and hey, Trigger, I appreciate you being here.
hey, Triggs, there's my favorite gobbo.
He has hopes for you if you were born in the 80s. The 80s. Okay, well,
I was born in 1988, so
91. I'm a little out. McMahon
yeah.
warned Ms. Grant to keep their closeness a secret, lest rumours lead to public trouble, and added that while he protects loyal people, he had world-class legal resources on speed dial to deal with people who became a problem. Oh wow, that's
Okay,
barely even a
okay,
veiled threat.
okay. That I can believe. I think one of the things people need to remember as well is that when it comes to legal situations, Vince has a history of winning. Like, if you remember, he's survived the steroid scandal was supposed to destroy him. It didn't. He's
Yeah,
had legal trouble with like Sable's sexual harassment suit, like years ago. He survived that. He does have a good legal team, unfortunately, and he is in
yeah,
one of those privileged positions. So I do believe that.
yeah. Seb says, "Tell me when I can remove my shocked Pikachu face."
You
uh,
can remove it whenever you want, Seb. I'd prefer you have, horrified face, that horrified screaming picture, picture you see in museums
Hawk
face.
just says the 2022 allegations exactly. As such, when McMahon pushed Ms. Grant for a physical relationship in return for long promised employment at WWE, she felt trapped in an impossible situation, submitting to McMahon's sexual demands or facing ruin. Ms. Grant feared that she had everything to lose and faced negative consequences no matter what happened. After succumbing to the pressure for a physical relationship, Ms. Grant was slotted into an entry-level position as Administrator Coordinator, a position McMahon created for her in WWE's legal department. Ms. Grant began work in that role on June 17th, 2019. Ms. Grant remained in that role with the exception of a temporary relocation to XFL until McMahon verbally directed her to transfer to the Talent Relations Department, reporting to defendant John Laurinaitis on March 9th, 2021. During a conversation the same day, McMahon explained that her presence in the legal department was effectively delaying efforts to hire a new general counsel for his company. McMahon and Laurinaitis informed Ms. Grant that she would be promoted to Vice President of Operations in the Talent Relations Department, providing her with an organizational chart reflecting this decision. Shortly thereafter, they informed her that they needed her to begin at a lower level as a director, but promised her promotion to vice president after a 12-month period. Hi Pete, how you doing?
Hey, Pete.
It might be better if Sam streams the article so we can see it. Oh, I am streaming the article. Uh,
Yeah, you are.
I'll tell you what. Sam, I'll copy and paste it to you. See if you can do that.
What do you want me to do with it?
So open up this article in an internet window or something and see if you can share it on the Discord. Because for some reason it's not letting me.
Okay, where's the art? Where's the art? Hold on.
Where do you want me to send it to you?
I'll just send it in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know
In
how to share screen. No, I don't see it. Because it says you're sharing your screen and everything. Hold on.
Oh, okay. It will show it as long as I'm in Discord, but I can't be in Discord to read it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a bit of a, yeah.
Visit site.
To quote the Meep, you are the genuine article. Thank you, sir. Uh, all right, so I'll keep going, and if you can figure out screen sharing, let's.
Yeah, I don't know how to I don't know
Oh,
how to screen share.
okay. You know what? I'll I'll do it in OBS. I'll find a browser window. Okay, browser properties window. That one. Okay. Right. No, this isn't. This ain't really working for me. Okay, here we go. Now I'm gonna move the chat box to the side here. How much sex we sorry. How much sex we talk about. Okay.
We haven't gotten to that yet. That's the worst part.
I will highlight as I go so that you know exactly where I am.
Okay.
Despite
Fair
Miss
enough.
Grant's expressions of unhappiness and attempts to end the sexual relationship, and while she came to understand that McMahon expected the physical relationship to continue as part of her employment, she had no idea how sordid it would become, nor how the psychological torture and physical violence would leave her feeling helpless, isolated, and trapped. Sorry, who said what? Worst sex ever. In March 2020, McMahon began sharing sexually explicit photographs and videos of Miss Grant, including pornographic content he recorded, with other men both inside and outside the company, including with members of the television production tech team, executives, producers, and a world-famous athlete and former UFC heavyweight champion with whom WWE was actively trying to sign a new contract, and ultimately did sign that contract. Okay, I know they're not allowed to name him, but I wonder who that is.
I think it's kind of obvious.
There's only one person that could possibly be.
Well, actually, there's two tech. Well, if
Oh
it's a.
yeah, they had Cain Velasquez for that one event, but somehow I
Well,
doubt it's him.
They had him hired for a while, but then had him for like one event and did nothing with him.
Yeah. Uh, okay. Given McMahon's omnipotent position at WWE, coercion was inherent in his increasingly depraved sexual demands. Specifically, while McMahon was CEO of WWE and Miss Grant was employed as an entry-level coordinator in the legal department, McMahon recruited individuals to have sexual relations with Miss Grant and/or with the two of them. Directed Ms. Grant to visit defendant Laurinaitis prior to the start of workdays for sexual encounters, and expected and directed Ms. Grant to engage in sexual activity at the WWE headquarters even during working hours. Okay, I've got to find a way to... they did do something with it. Okay, All this time, McMahon ordered Miss Grant to keep their relationship secret unless otherwise instructed, including lying to maintain whatever cover stories he fabricated. McMahon's assurances that Miss Grant was safe and independent rang hollow in light of his efforts to isolate her from friends and attempts to chip away at her identity until it was replaced with his desired role for her as his bitch, his fantasy, and/or his porn star, while occasionally intermixing softer descriptions like girlfriend and baby, even love when convenient. He exercised complete ownership and control over both her personal and professional lives. McMahon also subjected Miss Grant to acts of extreme cruelty and degradation that caused Miss Grant to dissociate and/or become numb to reality in order to survive the horrific encounters. Oh God. Alright, buckle up. As one example of McMahon's extreme depravity, on May 9th, no problem, mate. On May 9th, 2020, he defecated on Miss Grant during a threesome and then commanded her to continue pleasuring his friend with feces in her hair and running down her back. While McMahon went to the bathroom to shower off, upon his return from the bathroom, McMahon and his friend actively resumed the threesome, which lasted over an hour and a half, while Miss Grant remained covered in McMahon's filth. When McMahon's friend left, McMahon ordered her to stay and to continue to sexually gratify him. In June 2021, McMahon and defendant Laurinaitis sexually assaulted Miss Grant inside Laurinaitis' office in WWE headquarters while colleagues were busy at their desks. Behind a locked door, the two men cornered her and pulled her in between them, forcibly touched her, before ultimately putting her on top of a table in between them. She begged them to stop, but they forced themselves on her, each taking turns restraining her for the other while saying no means yes and take it, bitch. Unsurprisingly, others at WWE knew what was going on, but instead of intervening to protect Ms. Grant, WWE actively sought to conceal the wrongdoing. In January 2022, McMahon told Ms. Grant that his wife had found out about their relationship, purportedly to avoid divorce. Negative publicity and other repercussions, McMahon said that Ms. Grant's time at WWE was at an end, but that he wanted her to sign an NDA to ensure her silence on, among other things, his personal misconduct. We are not even a quarter of the way through this shit.
Can I just say as well, like saying the whole the part of it that actually makes my spine shiver is something I've heard people say before.
Right.
Do you remember the Bill DeMott allegations?
Vaguely.
Well, you see, apart from a lot of people we know testifying against it, one of the things that Brian Zane said around the time from Wrestling Regret said that WWE knew full well what he was doing, they just didn't care. Like, they knew what he was doing. Like, WWE were fully aware of what he was doing, and they are very open to protecting their own and doing things like, say, doing a token firing and saying they're going through sensitivity training and trying to bring them back, although to their credit, they did never Bill back, but they knew full well what he was doing.
So it's said, but then that's also said in some circles to be common practice for companies, unfortunately.
It is. Yeah, it is. It's a whole, we know it's going on, we just don't care. But with WWE, it's, well, again, the last time a suit like this happened was the Bill DeMott scandal, and the first thing they did was get rid of him. But his allegations were just as bad.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Vince's are probably much worse. We don't know yet, but I'll be honest. I never liked Johnny Ace anyway.
Yeah.
But it's just hearing this is actually making me go. I knew what I was expecting.
Yeah, but hearing it is another matter.
Hearing it is just. It makes sense that, considering we've heard that his relationship with Linda and with his kids has been very distant the last few years. It just makes sense he'd go on something. Like, if this isn't true, it's not true. But if it is true, I'm not surprised. Just, I don't kink shame, but fuck me. This is wow.
Yeah. Well, it's not really about the kinks. It's about the, coercion.
No, I know, but it's the fact that now I've got this image of John Laurinaitis, and I don't want to imagine his moans with that horrible voice.
Do you want to continue?
Yeah, you know what?
That was point 23 of 337, by the way.
Look, we've jumped down a few rabbit holes, and quite frankly, you know what? Grab the scuba gear. We're going in deeper.
In January 2022, McMahon told Ms. Grant that his wife had found out about their relationship. Oh, that was the last one. In the days
Right.
ahead, McMahon put Ms. Grant under immense pressure to sign, saying that refusing would not only jeopardize McMahon, his family, and the company, but that she'd surely become a public headline, suffer reputational ruin, including from the pornographic content McMahon had captured, and face McMahon's legal resources. Conversely, McMahon reassured her that her signature would ensure his continued support and protection and safeguard her reputation. Ultimately, Ms. Grant succumbed to the pressure and signed the NDA in exchange for payments, which McMahon later stopped making. Even after pushing Ms. Grant out of the company and muzzling her with an NDA, that's why McMahon continued efforts to exploit her, including attempting to traffic her to a WWE star who would be in New York City for a live event and TV taping in March 2022. Understandably, defendant's predatory conduct has left Miss Grant crippled both physically and mentally, including from debilitating symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder and suicidal ideation. These symptoms led to her termination from her subsequent job, running her building's operations due to her inability to leave her home for weeks at a time. Excuse me. Despite McMahon's promise of reputational protection, WWE appears to have leaked information that led to the public disclosure of her name by a media blogger who cited a source in WWE with direct knowledge of the situation, which upon information and belief was an overt intimidation tactic aimed at Ms. Grant. WWE has also attempted to sweep the matter under the rug, following media reports that McMahon was involved in a hush money payment scandal. WWE released a statement in June 2022 to announce that a special committee of its board of directors was investigating the alleged misconduct and appointing Stephanie McMahon as interim CEO and interim chairwoman. In this capacity, Ms. McMahon publicly affirmed her commitment to doing everything in her power to help the special committee complete its work and to implement its findings. She also declared the importance of a safe and collaborative workplace. Notwithstanding this public statement, the investigation was a sham. In November 2022, WWE touted the conclusion of the special committee investigation into the misconduct, yet the special committee never even bothered to interview Ms. Grant or request any documents, despite Ms. Grant stating that she would cooperate. In SEC filings, the company tried to divert attention away from McMahon's abuse of women by focusing on the technical issue of how hush money was accounted for. In the words of the company, the issue was immaterial accounting errors related to certain payments that Mr. McMahon agreed to make during the period from 2006 through 2022, emphasis added. Through all this drama, Miss Grant has endured profound suffering in silence, feeling of exploitation, loss of security, and the fear of facing the wrath of WWE and McMahon's army of attorneys if she were to come forward and bring to light the egregious acts detailed herein. That time has passed, and Ms. Grant seeks to hold defendants accountable for their reprehensible and unlawful acts for her own sake and for others. Ms. Grant seeks a declaratory judgment that her NDA is invalid under federal and state laws and asserts claims other laws, including the Trafficking Victims Protection Act. Parties. Plaintiff Janelle Grant, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, a Connecticut citizen, is a former employee of WWE, having worked there from June 2019 through March 2022. Defendant Vincent K. McMahon, a Connecticut citizen, co-founded WWE in 1980 and served on the board of directors of WWE from 1980 to September 2023. He's currently the executive chairman of the board for TKO Group Holdings LLC. Defendant World Wrestling Entertainment is a Delaware limited liability company whose sole managing member is TKO Group Holdings Incorporated. A Delaware corporation, until on or about September 12th, 2023, WWE was a Delaware corporation with headquarters in well, you know what WWE is. Resulted in a merger between WWE and UFC. Defendant.
The TKO deal.
Yeah. Defendant John Laurinaitis, an Arizona citizen, is the former head of talent relations and general manager at WWE, who, on information and belief, was officially dismissed by WWE in August 2022 amid allegations of misconduct by women in WWE. Non-party officers / employees of WWE. At all times relevant, WWE Corporate Officer Number 2 was a high-ranking employee at WWE who made hiring decisions, conducted prospective employee interviews, and maintained significant control over personnel decisions. WWE Corporate Officer Number 2 worked in these capacities during Ms. Grant's employment with WWE. This individual is referred to herein as WWE Corporate Officer Number 2. At all times relevant, Officer Number 1 was a high-ranking employee and board member at WWE during Ms. Grant's employment with WWE. Corporate Officer Number 1 has continued to work in high-ranking positions in connection with the September 12, 2023 merger. This individual is referred to as Corporate Officer 1. Okay, this is what's that time frame? Was that time frame in lockdown? Well, yeah, lockdown was 2020 and some of 2021, wasn't it?
Yeah, I will just say with John Laurinaitis, it honestly, considering his hiring practices and certain things he's done as the executive vice president of talent relations, it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. Okay, so there's 4 corporate officers, high-ranking employees. One of them worked with legal affairs. One was a board member, and WWE Superstar is a professional wrestling superstar who performs at WWE-branded wrestling events. During the time of Ms. Grant's employment, McMahon signed WWE Superstar to a new booking contract with WWE. This individual is referred to herein as WWE Superstar. Jurisdiction and venue. This court has jurisdiction over this action pursuant to because Ms. Grant's claims under the Trafficking Victims Protection Act and her cause of action for declaratory relief under the Speak Out Act all raise a federal question. This court also has supplemental jurisdiction over Ms. Grant's state law claims pursuant to 28 U.S.C. because the claims are so related to the TVPA claims as to form part of the same case of controversy. Venue is proper in this district pursuant substantial part of events order. This is all of the just clarifying that which channels they're going through, I think. Right, factual allegations. Ms. Grant's history with McMahon, Laurinaitis, and WWE. Ms. Grant's introduction to McMahon turns into a 2-hour meeting between a potential entry-level employee and a billionaire CEO. Prior to having any involvement with WWE, Ms. Grant was dealing with profound grief following the loss of her parents, whom she cared for full-time as their sole caretaker. After her family passed away, Ms. Grant dedicated herself to finding gainful employment. During this time, Ms. Grant often ran into McMahon's 2 personal assistants in her building, one of whom was a former grade school classmate of Ms. Grant. Ms. Grant's closest friend in the building was the residential manager. That individual is referred to herein as resident manager. Similar in personality, Ms. Grant and resident manager bonded over stories of adversity as they coordinated community initiatives in the building together. Resident manager was aware of Ms. Grant's efforts to obtain employment. In March 2019, Ms. Grant remained unsuccessful in securing long-term employment. Resident manager offered to help Ms. Grant, suggesting she could reach out to defendant McMahon in case he could assist, and texted him to see if he would be willing to speak with Ms. Grant to provide advice about employment. McMahon responded enthusiastically and proposed times to meet with Ms. Grant to discuss employment. Resident manager passed along Ms. Grant's resume to McMahon ahead of the prospective meeting. Ahead of the meeting, resident manager advised Ms. Grant to be energetic, as McMahon is big on energy, and talked to McMahon no differently than she talks to resident manager. On or about March 23rd, 2019, Ms. Grant arrived for the meeting in McMahon's condo with additional printed copies of her resume, a black notepad, and thank you cookies. Sitting at his dining table, McMahon looked at Ms. Grant's resume and complimented both her communication skills and common sense before discussing little but their personal lives. For example, Ms. Grant told McMahon about the hardship that led to resident managers' offer to help and described losing her parents, her family's bankruptcy, and other trauma that led her to seek financial independence to ensure she would never experience losing her home again. McMahon shared stories about his upbringing, his traumatic childhood, growing up in poverty, and current family dynamics, including his separation from Linda McMahon, described as his ex and long gone. He added his marital status as an arrangement on paper.
Wait, when was that whole thing when Linda was running for Senate?
Oh, it was quite a while ago by now, wasn't it?
Because I remember she tried a few times to run for Senate. It kind of been like what, maybe, God, was it like over 5-6 years ago?
I'm gonna look it up. Just
Yeah, because he was like, because I remember Vince was making a big deal because it was that stand up for WWE thing.
Linda McMahon Senate race. Let's see. Linda McMahon 2010 United States Senate campaign.
Okay, so it has been over 10 years. So yeah.
Bloody hell!
Okay,
Where does the time go?
Okay, it was a lot late. Okay, that's on me. I didn't think.
I mean, time passes differently in wrestling, doesn't it?
Well, with wrestling, like a lot can change in a year. Like,
And a year doesn't feel very long, frankly.
well, 10 years, 10 years can feel like 1,000 in wrestling. I've heard it said.
Yeah. McMahon. Okay. We got that.
Sorry.
His ex and long gone. He added his marital status is an arrangement on paper for business purposes, and that he lives a quiet, isolated existence outside of the WWE. If that wasn't clear, he said, "Yeah, I'm technically married, but we're not really."
Basically, he's married on paper. As far as he's concerned, it's not a real relationship.
Yeah, that was the gist of what he said there. At the end,
no! Now suddenly I'm not going to be able to ever watch that whole WrestleMania 17 build-up where he's like got his, Linda is in a coma, like a drug-induced state, while he's making out with women young enough to be his daughter in front of her.
Yeah.
Ugh.
At the end of the meeting, McMahon told Ms. Grant that he didn't just want to give her a job, but give her a life, and that he would find a place for her at WWE. Stunned, Ms. Grant said she didn't know how to thank him for possibly just changing my life. McMahon responded that one simple thank you is enough and that he'd accept a hug. They stood and embraced. McMahon then told Ms. Grant that he'd get the ball rolling on the next steps, but it was a busy time of year as WWE prepared for WrestleMania, explaining that it was WWE's Super Bowl. He then invited Ms. Grant to attend as his guest along with resident manager, and added that he would personally select their seats to have the best possible experience. McMahon advised her that his office would reach out to her, setting up a meeting with a trusted official, WWE Corporate Officer Number 2, at WWE headquarters. After asking if her cell was the best number to reach her, McMahon shared his personal phone number with Ms. Grant, walked her to his door, and again hugged her while whispering, "So good." B. McMahon arranges for Ms. Grant to be hired by WWE while beginning to groom her for sexual exploitation. Okay, now that we've come to the end of one item and the beginning of another, anything to say?
Honestly, I know I've heard in multiple places the relationship between him and Linda has been strained for years. It's kind of she has, to her credit, been trying to distance herself from WWE. Now they treated it as they treated it originally as she wants to get away from like the perception of WWE because of the reputation it built during the Attitude Era.
Yeah.
But it might have been even more. Like, I've heard stories, like I think I've heard one story before. So again, this isn't 100% fact.
You've only heard this, right?
I've only heard this through many of the McMahon stories, but one of them was that he had Stephanie and Paul Levesque, Triple H, over, and he took a game of, like, they had like a couples game
Oh,
of
this is the
pool.
pool story, isn't it?
Yeah, where him and Linda lost to Stephanie and Hunter, and he went like over the top berserk at Linda for losing, to the point they could hear it all over the house, and allegedly Stephanie kept poking the bear
Well,
to make it
um,
worse.
I believe the story was that on the other side of the house, she taunted him over the intercom, and you could hear him screaming without it.
Yeah. I've heard loads of stories about Vince, although my personal favorite for weird reasons will always be the one where he hires someone to fix his cable TV, and there was nothing wrong with it. He just had no idea how a remote worked. And
That
he still paid the guy like a couple of $100.
yeah.
Like, he was that out of touch with like the world around him.
I did also
With
hear
John
a
Laurinaitis,
story that he aggressively claimed he didn't know what a burrito was while eating one. Like this.
well, yeah, look, that's the thing about Vince McMahon as a person, like outside of his actual character, because he's done a lot
Yeah.
of bizarre
Hawk
things
points
as a
out correctly that these stories are just rumors.
well, yeah, we started in with that, but it does bear repeating that these are just rumors.
Yeah.
But there are stories from other wrestlers, like, of his bizarre behavior, like that he doesn't see food as anything other than fuel. Like, it's just a means to live. So he doesn't understand other people enjoying their food, or he looks at people weird if they have ketchup, or he doesn't like people sneezing or smile because he feels it's not, it's you not having control. He never wanted to grow a beard, but allegedly never wanted a beard to grow because he doesn't want the facial hair to win.
I
There's
mean,
him getting drunk and
none of these
taking
are
the.
confirmed, but I would believe any
None
one
of
of
these are
them, frankly.
confirmed. These are stories from people who've worked within WWE. So they're about as valid as anyone's opinion at this point.
Yeah. Okay, we should
But
probably get on.
yeah, but the point is that Vince's character outside of his WWE thing is bizarre enough that this stuff is believable. And as for John, he did have very particular preferences when it came to hiring, especially women in general. So it doesn't surprise me. But isn't he like married to like the Bella twins' mom?
I don't know. Um,
Like I'm like sure I'm pretty sure on AEW they made a joke about Daniel Bryan about his father being John Laurinaitis.
right.
So I'm not sure if they're still together or what at this point, but it's just
Yeah.
it sounds demented. Like, if it's true, like, and that's a big if. If it's true, this is demented.
I mean, this is an official legal document that
I know
someone.
it's an official legal document, but the thing is,
And you've also
it
got to
does.
remember that, like, Vince's earlier threat of his world-class legal team on speed dial, um, Janelle Grant was apparently sure enough of her ground that she brought this legal document to court in spite of that.
Yeah.
That said, at this stage, these are all allegations.
Mm-hmm.
McMahon. On March 31st, 2019, the day before Ms. Grant was scheduled to meet with WWE Corporate Officer Number 2, McMahon unexpectedly invited Ms. Grant to come back to his condo for pointers for her meeting with WWE Corporate Officer 2. When she arrived, McMahon gave her a huge embrace and suggested they sit on the couch. It quickly became clear that McMahon had no intention of giving her pointers for an interview, except for a single direction. If the topic comes up during her meeting, Miss Grant could state they met through a mutual friend. During this meeting, McMahon described a surgery he had on his knee by touching Miss Grant's leg and drawing a line where the surgery had taken place with his finger. He stated that similar to rehabbing an injury, Miss Grant cannot let scar tissue build up inside her from trauma, as her vulnerability is a gift. McMahon explained that people are intimidated around him and are afraid to touch him. McMahon added that he is an affectionate person who likes to hug and starves for physical affection. McMahon then led Miss Grant on a tour of his condo before hugging her goodbye, again whispering, "Feels so good." On April 1st, 2019, Ms. Grant met with WWE Corporate Officer 2 at WWE headquarters for a short time. WWE Corporate Officer 2 hardly asked any questions, saying that WWE Corporate Officer 2 was figuring out where Ms. Grant would be placed and would then promise to be in touch again after WrestleMania. Later that day, Ms. Grant texted McMahon and enthusiastically described her meeting with WWE Corporate Officer 2. She also commented on a dinosaur skull that she saw on McMahon's office wall, prompting his response, "BTW, if you are, like text language, you are a bad all caps girl, the T-Rex will eat capital U." Followed by, "Seriously, Janelle, wherever you land in WWE, you will be a credit to the organization." I'm not going to exposit on his text language now, I'll just say what he meant. On April 7th, 2019, Ms. Grant and resident manager were provided a VIP experience at WrestleMania, including private transportation in a black SUV arranged by McMahon. Per McMahon's instructions, Ms. Grant diligently took notes about her impressions from WrestleMania. Her first time attending such an event, Ms. Grant left overwhelmed with emotion and feeling hopeful that everything McMahon promised was becoming a reality. Over the next several weeks, McMahon invited Ms. Grant to his condo on several occasions, each time assuring her he would find the right position for her at WWE. For each meeting with McMahon, Ms. Grant brought sample job descriptions she found online to review with him and demonstrate the types of roles she might fit in. McMahon listened to Miss Grant, asked her questions, and pointed out qualities that he described as rare gifts, including her goodness, vivaciousness, childlike innocence. Oh my god. Childlike innocence, and ability to be vulnerable. All things that made her an easy target. McMahon also initiated long physical embraces with Miss Grant, repeatedly telling her that he trusted her and that he could be himself around her, and how he'd opened his home to her. During one visit to the condo, in late April 2019, McMahon did not greet Miss Grant when she entered, but instead called her to his master walk-in closet. As soon as she turned the corner, McMahon emerged from his bathroom wearing only briefs. Shocked, Miss Grant turned around and apologized. As McMahon laughed and asked her to turn around, he then handed her a shirt and asked for help with the buttons. McMahon reminded her that he was working hard on her role and said he felt good about her taking care of him. Around that time, McMahon also told Ms. Grant that he would never forget how helpless she looked when they first met, that he wanted to wrap his arms around her and assure her that everything is going to be okay, and that Miss Grant's problems were in the past. McMahon also told Miss Grant that he viewed her as a true friend. However, McMahon advised Miss Grant that people at WWE could never know about their closeness, or else rumors would spawn and threaten them, particularly due to Miss Grant's physical beauty. McMahon also emphasized that the circumstances could jeopardize the company. Around this time, he mentioned that he had an attorney on speed dial whom he described as the best of the best at making problems, including people who become problems, go away. That is fucking scary.
Very.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say anything, but I don't want to imply anything here, but...
Yeah. Trigger says, red flag, crimson, mate. More red flags than the Soviet Union.
Obviously, but it's the whole feeling vulnerable, wanting to be protected and being cared for and everything.
Yeah.
It's sounding like Vince has a mommy kink, or has a vulnerability from the whole... I know he says his childhood was abusive. But it's just sounding like this thing is making it sound like he's got some very repressed problems that that if it's true, he's taking out in a very unhealthy way.
But he has T-Rex, says Trigger, right?
You know,
this is the same man fundamentally who according to Adam Blompier once at least. I remember he used to do that series Adam's Pipe Bomb, where he did a 2-part special on Vince, during which he cited Vince saying in an interview that it was unfortunate his stepdad died before he could kill him.
Yeah.
I
remember that one.
Yeah. On April 21st, 2019, McMahon unexpectedly invited Miss Grant to his condo to provide her with an update. Upon her arrival, McMahon assured Miss Grant that he was a man of his word, that his office would be in touch with her soon with the right role. As she turned to leave, McMahon grabbed a large black electric massager and told Miss Grant to turn around for a demonstration. He quickly moved to rubbing his hands on Miss Grant's upper back before reminding her that she would hear from his office about the next steps in a day or two. 2 nights later, Ms. Grant was contacted about further meetings at WWE. A week later, she met with 2 high-ranking Human Resources employees referred to him herein as Human Resources Employee Number 1 and Human Resources Employee Number 2, respectively. Both Number 1 and Number 2 provided Ms. Grant with their impressions about company culture at WWE, confirmed that the ball was in their court to figure out where she would best fit in at WWE. On May 5th, 2019, Ms. Grant visited McMahon's condo again, and the topic of bucket lists came up, during which Ms. Grant expressed that she'd always dreamed of attending the Belmont Stakes. I don't know what that is. McMahon responded that he would personally acquire 2 tickets for her, which Ms. Grant said she could not accept. McMahon then stood up from his chair and knelt in front of the chair where Ms. Grant was seated, blocking her from standing. He leaned close to Ms. Grant and told her to kiss him. Ms. Grant paused and gave McMahon a kiss on the cheek, to which McMahon sighed, "That's not what I meant." Oh, Lord. Who does number 2 work for? Thanks for the levity there, Trick.
Oh, God, you should...
After McMahon walked off to his bedroom and said he wanted Miss Grant, she swiftly rejected his advances and tried to reason with him that he was putting her in a bad position. Miss Grant pled with McMahon to stop and think about what he was doing. McMahon then begged repeatedly simply to hold Miss Grant. Out of fear for her employment and his earlier implied threats about his legal team dealing with problems, Miss Grant lay down in bed next to McMahon and kept her hands clasped and ankles crossed, as she acquiesced in saying that he could only hold her but nothing more. When Miss Grant tried to make small talk about WWE's TV storylines, McMahon suggested she watch the next episode of Monday Night Raw and text him before the broadcast. After she agreed, he forcibly kissed her and began pulling down a strap on her sweater. Miss Grant then sat up and said she needed to leave and had a lot to process and left. Anytime, huh? The next day, Miss Grant watched the show as promised and texted McMahon to wish him well. She was shocked when he appeared on the show and texted back in the middle of the live broadcast. "That was a very nice message, made me smile." On May 9th, 2019, McMahon texted Miss Grant that she will have a job at WWE by that Friday. The next day, Human Resources Employee Number 2 called Ms. Grant to inform her that the WWE Corporate Officer 4 would contact her at 4 p.m. to discuss a legal role. After her call with Corporate Officer 4, Ms. Grant sent McMahon a thumbs-up text message to indicate the call went well. Around 7 p.m., Corporate Officer 4 unexpectedly called her a second time and formally offered her a job, saying, "Welcome to WWE." On May 11th, 2019, McMahon invited Miss Grant to his condo again and asked her to lay in bed with him before informing her that he had ordered WWE Corporate Officer 4 to offer her the job, even though a job description had not been firmed up beyond a high-level summary. While incredibly excited to finally receive long-awaited employment and financial security, Miss Grant expressed to McMahon that there seemed to be a conflict between his doing this and his warning to Miss Grant that no one could know about their closeness. He appeared amused with this, replying, "It's my company." McMahon then undressed down to his briefs while Miss Grant remained clothed, and he began kissing Miss Grant and inserting his hands into her pants without consent. On May 16th, 2019, McMahon informed Ms. Grant that he had obtained 2 tickets to the Belmont Stakes scheduled for June 8th, 2019. On May 17th, 2019, Ms. Grant received an offer letter from WWE for an entry-level job as Legal Administrator Coordinator with a salary of $75,000. On May 18th, 2019, McMahon summoned Miss Grant to his condo and she brought a printed copy of the offer letter to review with him. McMahon informed Miss Grant that her new boss, a WWE employee who worked in risk and government relations, referred to her herein as employee number 1, was a decades-long family friend and confidant, similar in age to McMahon and one of a small original group, what McMahon called the Titan family, who helped the WWE expand from the regional promotion to a global juggernaut. Do those details mean anything to you?
Someone who was there from the... Okay.
We're putting on our speculation hats now for a second.
Speculation, but Vince's inner circle, generally, and we're talking like look, we're talking pre-Triple H days, are usually Bruce Pritchard, Terry Taylor, John Laurinaitis, Kevin Dunn.
I mean, if it was John Laurinaitis, they'd have named him because he's a defendant. So we can tell from this that...
Okay, so what have we got to go off again? It's that someone who helped him expand in the early days.
McMahon informed Miss Grant that a new boss, referred to as employee number 1, was a decades-long family friend and confidant, similar in age to McMahon, and one of a small original group McMahon called the Titan family, who helped the WWE expand from a regional promotion to a global juggernaut. So someone back from the territory days.
Okay, so here's the thing with the territory days that people forget. A lot of the people who joined, like, if I remember how the territories used to work,
Yeah.
Vince basically bought a lot of people off, and a lot of people did betray the people they were working for, and it was very cutthroat to the point that some promoters did try and get McMahon murdered. It never succeeded, but they were actually considering having people either assassinate or hiring hitmen. It got that bad.
Jesus
But
Christ.
it could literally be it was that bad because of what he was doing. Because he'd do is he'd go into a territory, because usually wrestlers would stay in their territory. So Roddy Piper would stay where he was, Rick would stay where he was. Andre the Giant was a special case because he'd go pretty much everywhere because he was an attraction. But Vince would go into the territories and go, hey, you're working for, like, say, the Von Erichs. If I pay you this guaranteed money to work for my thing, will you come over? I mean, a big example is the AWA.
Yeah, he
Like, put it this way, he took most of the AWA roster, and the only person who actually even informed Vern Gagne that they weren't coming back and they were working for McMahon was Bobby Heenan. Everyone else just took the deal and went. So, getting back, the point I'm trying to make here is that it could be anyone who worked on the territory and betrayed them, because you see, Vince does reward loyalty. It's why he why he's rewarded the Undertaker in later years and stuff, because he never left. Like, he never left when he could have.
Yeah.
And why he holds grudges against the people who, did go to WCW for money.
Yeah.
So it could be Pat Patterson, it could be Briscoe.
Sounds like it could be any number of people.
Well, it could be Patterson, it could be Briscoe, because a lot of these people, either people backstage or people who were part of the Titan family back when it was Titan Media, were people who were wrestlers at one point, but then they retired and became backstage officials. So it could be Pat Patterson, Gerald Briscoe. I mean, if this is in 2019 or something, I know Patterson's dead, so I don't know if it could be him. I think Briscoe's passed as well.
Yeah, I mean, this was in 2019.
Okay, so it could be Bruce Pritchard, Tom Pritchard, Bruce Pritchard. It could be Terry Taylor.
Yeah.
It could technically even be Kevin Dunn.
Well, it's
because Dunn has been part of the company for years, and allegedly, the only reason he had his job as long as he did was because his dad saved a bunch of tapes from being burned in a car, and while the tapes themselves ended up being completely useless and worthless anyway. They weren't valuable and worth risking your life for. Vince basically gave him a job for life because he appreciated that the guy was willing to die to get a bunch of tapes that were important, that they thought were important to the company. So it could be Kevin Dunn because he's been very protective of Kevin as well in
Okay.
the company.
I think we should probably avoid trying to implicate people, though.
I'm not implicating, I'm speculating. I'm simply speculating the only people who could have been around, because when it comes to long-term employees,
Yeah.
there aren't wrestlers. There aren't wrestlers like, Hogan, Jim Ross, stuff like that. Even on-screen talent. There are a few who are loyal to who McMahon has as part of his Titan family, is the point I'm trying to make, is that,
Yeah.
because WWE's been through different eras where they've called their backstage people different things, and Titan is something they've stuck with for a very long time. Hell, it's one of the reasons why, the big screen is called the Titantron.
Yeah.
And they were the only, they do it now, but they were the only company that did it, because technically WCW used to call it the Turnatron.
Right.
So Titan is a big deal for him.
And occasionally the Geratron 6000.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's a different screen altogether.
Yeah.
But the point is, there's too many people to implicate. Is what is probably another point
to speculate, you mean?
Yeah, there's too many people to speculate who it is. You can speculate all you want, but only she knows, I suppose.
Yeah. McMahon stated that outside of his tourney, WWE employee number one was the most feared figure in the company because he usually fired employees. Beyond that, he offered little detail about employee number one's role at WWE instead. He focused on WWE employee one's personal traumas, explaining that similar to Miss Grant, number one has no family left after spouse passed away and the McMahons and WWE surrogate family. McMahon touted WWE employee number one's loyalty, saying that he would be able to protect Miss Grant, and then led her to his bedroom while giving her the command of "Please don't stop this." During the May 18th, 2019 encounter, Miss Grant felt coerced into engaging in sexual activity, and that McMahon had trapped her in an impossible situation. As she feared adverse career and personal consequences and legal retaliation if she declined his advances, McMahon stated, "This is what I've been waiting for," as he performed oral sex on Miss Grant. Miss Grant asked that protection be used, and McMahon responded that there was no need to worry because he was clean. Feeling that she was being used for his gratification, Miss Grant went numb and was unable to make eye contact. McMahon then flipped on his back and said, "Okay, jack him off."
I don't.
Disturbed by the non-consensual sexual encounter, she hoped that McMahon would cease his advances, but his advances continued and left her to fulfill his demands or lose her job. That was another item. On June 16th, 2019, the day before starting with WWE, Ms. Grant attempted to shut down any further physical contact or sexual encounters by admitting to McMahon her unhappiness and concern starting her first ever job in his legal department, no less, while in a physical relationship with the chairman and CEO. She requested that they end any physical relationship while remaining friends to avoid any risks to either of them. McMahon refused, saying that it was not ending, it did not need to, and that he did not ever envision it ending. He reminded her that he trusted her, reiterated that rumours would lead to trouble, probed whether her silence would be an issue, and brushed off her concerns that she was struggling with the feeling that her job felt unearned. McMahon told Miss Grant that all she needed to do was not tell anyone, and that it just has to look legit. McMahon then spun the conversation and told Miss Grant to focus on the positives and embrace that her life was about to change, saying, "Isn't that what you've always wanted?" McMahon manipulatively emphasized that she's about to start an adventure and gain a new family in WWE as a surrogate for the family she had lost. okay, this, like, the way he sort of, the way this document alleges he sort of targets the vulnerabilities and reminds her of trauma, that's straight up cult leadership.
Well, yeah, it's the surrogate family thing as well. Like,
Yeah.
the problem with WWE in general is that not a lot of people stay. A lot of people do venture
Although,
outside.
also, I want you to know that whenever there's quote marks for anything Vince said, it takes me physical effort to not try and do a Vince impression.
I get it. He has a very iconic voice.
Yeah. I'm just trying to. Oh, Trigger
I
says,
get it.
"Do it, lol."
I get it. It's a struggle.
Yeah.
I understand it can be hard because it's Vince.
You do a better one than me anyway.
Oh, look. I'm already still dealing with the whole being told I did a better Fernando than Fernando, which I don't believe.
Yeah.
But to each their own.
Yeah.
And right now, I'm not even sure if you saying I do a better Vince is an insult or not.
Trigger
Though I did
Goblin
have
keeps
my own
saying,
kiss my
"Do
ass
it."
club. I did have my own kiss my ass club at college, but that's beside the point.
Tell you what, for Trigger, just say as Vince, it just has to look legit.
It just has to look legit.
Yeah, like that. Oh no, it feels very tonally at odds with what we're doing today.
I know.
Uh,
I'm a very affectionate person.
oh God. Oh. Ultimately, Miss Grant's unsuccessful attempt to end further unwanted physical contact quickly taught her that her view on the matter was not relevant. And then we come to the end of Section B. Section C, Miss Grant's WWE career commences, minimal work and an absent boss. Anything to say about that section?
All I can say about this is, as I said earlier, it sounds like there's intimidation tactics, certainly, and
Yeah.
it's the way it's put as, oh, I just want affection, I want to make your life better, but if you cross me, I have friends that can, it sounds like fucking mafia shit.
There's
Like it's especially the thing that makes it worrying is the whole making people, disappear.
well, the wording he used was "go away," but
Yeah.
the implication,
Well,
yeah,
it's vague enough. My
yeah,
guess is he means that it's enough to scare people legally because a lot of the legal battles is not the winning or losing. A lot of the times it's the financial strain it takes in general, which usually leads to people having to drop it
yeah,
because they can't afford to continue the battle.
yeah. The
That's one of the
old tactic
overarching
of
problems is
delaying the
that,
case indefinitely until the plaintiff runs out of money.
yeah, it's a tactic a lot of people use, and Vince is rich enough that he can afford to keep a thing going,
Yeah.
or afford lawyers that know how to filibuster.
Hell, he threatened Kevin Owens with that on screen when he threatened to sue him once. I remember.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a thing that people do use.
Yeah. Uh.
But yeah, it is messed up. Although I will say, hearing more of the alleged person who fires people,
It's
I
looking more
don't
and more
think
like it might be Johnny Ace, isn't it?
it is looking more and more like it might be Johnny because who were able to fire people
Yeah.
would be, I think, Johnny Ace or whoever. If it's a long time person, I
Although
don't.
they've already named John Laurinaitis in this document, so
Well, I think for a while there was a time when Johnny Ace was gone, but then they just brought him back.
right.
I'm not really sure because I know before him, originally it was Jim Ross, and Jim stopped being the executive vice president of talent relations around 2001, around the time remember when the alliance was, the whole invasion thing happened.
Yeah.
He quit being that the day of that, because the day that the Alliance thing happened and the WCW wrestlers were coming, he had to fire Brian Lawler. And Jim Ross claims that very thing broke his heart because he was really good friends with Jerry Lawler. And he felt he'd literally like betrayed his friend. So he fired him, was in a really bad mood, and then he just quit right after he'd fired Brian Lawler. And then it went straight to Johnny Ace, who had been the executive vice president of talent relations in WCW. So, he got that job. But I do think that a while back, there was a short period of time where Johnny Ace was gone. And then they just had someone else, but I don't know who it was. I mean, that could have been Bruce Pritchard or something as well, but I don't know. No, it couldn't have been Pritchard because Tom Pritchard's alive. So, if he's claiming there's got no family, I don't know who it could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know who it could have been, because the only people I know who could have fired people would have been Vince McMahon or Johnny Ace. And as you said, Johnny Ace has already been named, so
Yeah,
I don't know who it could have been.
He's a defendant in this case. On June 17th, 2019, Ms. Grant reported to WWE headquarters for her first day of work, with attorneys in glass offices and support staff in cubicles with low walls and tall monitors. It was easy to see how much other colleagues worked. As a quiet and small department, it was even easier to overhear their conversations. Ms. Grant was immediately surprised that there was not much work assigned to her, struggling even to appear busy in her new role. In stark contrast to colleagues who complained about overflowing inboxes, Ms. Grant's phone only overflowed with controlling and sexually charged text messages from the chairman and CEO, reminding her both of McMahon's power and ever-present surveillance. Colleagues shared onboarding stories with Ms. Grant and talked about receiving pre-made binders of information or the opportunity to shadow departing employees, none of which happened for Ms. Grant. Nor did anyone know what her unusual title of Administrator Coordinator meant. Ms. Grant did not even meet the WWE employee number 1 until her second week of employment. WWE employee number 1 was a lively individual who frequently regaled the legal department with stories of others at WWE. If McMahon's name was mentioned, employee 1 would turn to Ms. Grant with a smile, a finger point, and/or a comment that drew attention to her connection to McMahon, such as, "She knows what I'm talking about." Employee number 1 and Ms. Grant bonded quickly, as McMahon had predicted. Ms. Grant, referred to as partner, was taught words to live by in WWE, including, "We do what's in the best interest of the company, protect the business, and if McMahon wants something, the answer isn't no, but rather how do we make it happen." WWE employee number 1 also impressed on Ms. Grant that job titles don't mean anything for members of McMahon's inner circle, which she was clearly considered to be a part of. And we've come to item 100. We're about a third of the way through now.
Well, at least they've confirmed that job titles mean literally nothing.
Yeah. At least
within Vince's inner circle.
That is what this says.
Well, it makes sense.
Yeah.
When Vince says a job for life, it sounds allegedly like he'll give you a job, regardless of whether you actually do anything.
Yeah. That is certainly what
is being claimed here.
Yeah. As employee number 1 was seldom in the office and required little administrative support, Ms. Grant reported indirectly to another WWE employee within the legal department, referred to herein as employee number 2, who provided her with occasional projects related to talent appearances and XFL that helped fill Ms. Grant's time. Based on her hiring... Sorry?
Oh God, that poor woman.
XFL.
She had to deal with the XFL.
Based on her hiring alone, WWE Corporate Officer 4 was on notice that there was something different about Ms. Grant, namely her connection to McMahon. As Miss Grant feared and had expressed to McMahon, she was unhappy that a spotlight was unnecessarily put on her before she ever set foot in the office. Ms. Grant immediately noticed that WWE Corporate Officer 4 was warm with other colleagues but cold towards her. Beginning in July 2019, after Ms. Grant raised an issue related to XFL's performance-enhancing drug policy with McMahon, Corporate Officer 4's behaviour shifted from cold to actively hostile. If Ms. Grant walked into a room while Officer 4 was laughing with colleagues, Officer 4's expression immediately became blank, and WWE Corporate Officer 4 would walk away. If Officer 4 and Ms. Grant walked towards each other in a hallway, Corporate Officer 4 stopped and changed directions. Colleagues noticed this shift in behaviour. While some commented on it to Ms. Grant, others emulated it. Notwithstanding the issues detailed above, Ms. Grant took her employment seriously. In contrast, McMahon continued a pattern of sending sexually charged messages throughout the work week. Certain her employment depended on her continued appeasement of and obedience to McMahon, and believing she needed McMahon's protection from the suspicious WWE Corporate Officer Number 4 and others, Ms. Grant felt no choice but to respond in kind. From all this, Ms. Grant began to experience debilitating panic attacks in the office on a near daily basis that left her physically drained. She could not hide the physical symptoms of these attacks and texted resident manager, "You should see the way people look at me when I'm having an attack." But while her co-workers noticed, no one dared get involved. That was section C. Anything?
It sounds like what confuses me, right, is he clearly earlier on treated her like a sex object, according to this.
Yeah.
Yeah, he stuck her in an office where he doesn't get much interaction with her. She sounds like she's in a hostile work environment.
Yeah.
And for all of the so this is the part that's making me raise my eyebrow bit, is the Vince is very adamant that people need to not know about her connection to him.
And yet he's clearly told people.
Not just that, he's told people, and certain individuals within the company who he's told are flat out making it obvious.
Yeah, they're being very indiscreet.
Very indiscreet. That's generous.
Yeah.
Like, if someone points at you and goes, "That guy knows what I'm talking about," that implies something.
Yeah.
That's not hiding it. That's making it very obvious. It also doesn't help that, from the sound of things, she's stuck in an office where it's very obvious if you're not doing something. And if people are noticing to the point that they are actively being hostile towards you.
Well, from the sound of it, Officer 4, whoever that is, started being hostile towards her and others followed suit. So maybe it was a clique thing.
It might have been a clique thing, but also if they can see, if people in the department are being overworked to the point that they never run out, and yet it's very clear to them that she's not doing, she's not struggling the same as they are.
Yeah, that is basically setting someone up to be othered in the workplace.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to have a whole thing of, right, your job basically has you doing nothing, it's just there for you to claim a paycheck and whatnot, but this is just a favor from me, you at least make it so the others don't see that.
Yeah. All right. Let's get on with this or we'll be here all night. Section D. Yeah. McMahon's coercive control tactics to sexualize and dehumanize Miss Grant. 106.
Oh, joy.
In the summer of 2019, McMahon's presence was all-consuming in Miss Grant's life. In the office, she felt monitored as she was surrounded by allies of McMahon, which led to continued daily panic attacks. Outside the office, McMahon sexualized her entirely. He no longer referred to her as a friend, and largely stopped talking to Miss Grant outside of sexting and fantasy talk. Any non-sexual text related to life and or work were either ignored or given token responses like okay or yep. As detailed herein, McMahon was adamant about having Miss Grant send him explicit photographs, impressing upon her that it was part of her sexuality. Given the control that McMahon had over Miss Grant's employment, she felt compelled to comply and send the explicit photographs to McMahon's mobile device. Miss Grant was routinely assured that the photographs she was providing to McMahon would remain private and were part of their secret world. McMahon began to degrade Miss Grant, calling her his bitch, while hinting at a fascination with having other people watch them engage in sexual activity. Additionally, this complaint details encounters during which McMahon caused Miss Grant to sustain physical injuries, including bleeding and pain from forceful use of sex toys, despite Miss Grant's plea to cease any further sexual activity. The number of sexual encounters increased, as did McMahon's physical aggression during them. Notably, McMahon was most aggressive when using certain sex toys named after male WWE wrestlers and performers. McMahon named the sex toys so that the color of the toy matched the race of the wrestler. For example, a black dildo would be named after an African-American wrestler, and a white dildo would be named after a Caucasian wrestler. In addition to McMahon's infatuation with pretending that other men, and namely certain WWE talent, were in the room with them, this was yet another incremental step in desensitizing Miss Grant to his fantasy and eventual demands that she perform sexual acts for and or have sexual contact with others within WWE. Fucking hell. During a David versus...
I'd heard about the dildos.
Yeah, that was one of the things that sort of, made a lot of gossip things. I'm actually glad they didn't tell them which wrestlers they were named after, because I don't know that I want to know that.
I think from a legal perspective, I don't think it's a legal thing. Sorry, I was going to say it was say from a legal perspective, but I think it's also because a lot of the I think it's just saying embarrassment because it could damage the wrestlers.
Yeah, but what are they like in?
And I don't think we want to see a podcast where they go up to someone like, say, I don't know, go up to say to Charles Wright, the Godfather, and ask, how do you feel about having Vince McMahon name dildo after you? I don't think he'd appreciate that. But I don't think any wrestler would appreciate it. So I think it's courteous of them to not note which ones.
There's probably legal reasons they can't as well. But
there's probably legal reasons, but I think also on a personal level,
it's just respectful of privacy.
It's respectful because these people she's probably never even met. It's
Yeah.
just something Vince does. I mean, keep in mind at one point, I know this was on television and it was in character, he named his penis Andre the Giant during the DX storyline.
Oh shit, I forgot about that.
Yeah, when he's in the bathroom and they're recording him and he's going, the eighth wonder of the world, Andre.
Hawk says Black Rib Knobler versus Kurt Angle at WrestleMania. Oh.
I wonder if his big one was called The Big Show.
Yeah.
So you can go, well, the big dough.
God. During a David versus Goliath type wrestling match in 2019, Ms. Grant shared with McMahon her thoughts on the event, the draw of rooting for the underdog, and ideas for future events. McMahon complimented her creative input. She believed she was being taken seriously, that is, until McMahon named a dildo after the smaller wrestler and attempted to sexualize the situation, diminishing her input.
Oh, great. Now we don't need to. Just as I say it was respectful, then this happens.
I mean, we could probably,
I think I know who was in the David versus Goliath match.
I can't remember. 2019 was ages ago for me.
2019. I'm thinking, was it Hornswoggle or was it...
I don't think it would have been that kind of thing. I mean, it's 2019. By fall of 2019, McMahon frequently pressed for pornographic videos and more explicit content. When Miss Grant expressed apprehension with his request, McMahon responded with assurances that she could trust him, or questioned why she didn't trust him. McMahon also took care to remind Miss Grant of his power and influence, such as by flaunting a meeting with the Saudi Crown Prince in October 2019. And that's Section D. Uh, lot of process there.
A lot. I know the dildos thing was a big one,
Yeah,
but
that was something that got out before.
you know what I think is hurtful that we haven't spoke about that is becoming becoming very consistent
What?
here is the whole she's very clearly being shown as a fan and having ideas.
Yeah.
And Vince is very, very quick to be like, yeah, yeah, that sounds cool, or is happy to either ignore it or, he is just undermining her.
I mean, there is a um, I believe they call it love bombing, which it seems like is what happened earlier when someone will just shower someone with affection and attention and praise and everything to get them hooked. And
Yeah, I think it sounds like he's taking advantage of the. And the fact is that I know jokes go around that Vince doesn't actually give a shit about the product, people enjoying the product because it's all for him.
I mean, it has
Because it's
often been said that Vince McMahon's WWE was written for an audience of one.
yeah, the audience of him. That's allegedly what's.
Trigger
Well,
Gomblin says, "Love bomb off the top rope."
I'm glad Trigger's filling in the jokes that I can't bring myself to do right now.
Yeah.
See, I've got to put it like this. Out of respect for you and the stream here, I'm holding back a lot of jokes.
Yeah. Oh, and Hawk finished the thought for me by saying, then they withdraw that love, leaving them desperate to get it back. Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
manipulation tactic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Section E. McMahon tightens his grip on Ms. Grant and discredits her doctor, replacing him with one of McMahon's choosing. Oh God, it's not Chris Amon, is it?
Oh
No,
God.
no. So that was a very tasteless joke about the whole CM Punk thing back years ago. I don't think he was still a doctor with WWE at the time. I don't know actually.
I think they literally fired him eventually when it got to court. I think he left eventually, and he started trying to sue them on his own, which he lost.
Yeah. Try to lighten the mood, says Trigger. Thanks, Trig. We appreciate it.
Thanks, I really appreciate it.
Somebody should.
Look, put it this way. I'm not gonna be able to take that video from Royal Rumble where Vince McMahon goes, "I love destroying people's lives. It turns me on."
Yeah, that's interesting in hindsight, isn't it?
Or that face he made whenever he looked really excited during the Attitude Era, where his eyes just widened when he heard the thing that he wanted to hear.
Yeah. In addition to her panic attacks, and I've had debilitating panic attacks, they are not pretty.
Oh, I know.
In addition to her panic attacks, Miss Grant began experiencing increasingly severe physical, mental, and emotional symptoms, including sleep disruption, dizziness, exhaustion, rashes, weight loss, hair loss, and migraines. In November 2019, Ms. Grant informed McMahon that her doctor suggested that her symptoms stemmed from trauma and ongoing stress. McMahon mocked her. Emotional trauma, my ass. Oh, Jesus. That is something I could hear in his voice. Yeah.
Well, again, this is the same Vince McMahon who allegedly doesn't, he doesn't understand why a man would wear a scarf. Apparently, according to Chris Jericho, he just gets sat across from him, glaring and scowling through his teeth. And when Chris asked him what's wrong, he look at you wearing that scarf. You're the most effeminate, tough guy I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And yet that scarf got over.
The scarf of Jericho.
Look, Jericho got a scarf, a list, and several phrases over, like simple things. Chris could literally get a boot, a empty
notepad.
can
Let's
of
not forget
vodka.
the notepad.
Yeah, the list of Jericho. But if he wanted to, Jericho could get over a boot, empty can of Monster, and a bottle of HP sauce just because he can.
Oh, Hawk says the Vince memes are going to seem a lot darker now, given what this alleges excites him. And Trigger responds, "True that, Hawk." Yeah,
Well, they're not wrong. Like the internet is going to have that. Obviously, you're going to have those people on the internet are going to see this and they're going to make light of the situation in the ways that they can. They've already started it, to be
yeah.
honest.
I mean, sometimes humor is how people cope, and I get
Yeah,
that.
I know
But
it's how people deal with things,
yeah,
but that there are people who are clearly on her side because the sad fact is, people, whether it's true or not, whether any of this is true or not, you can't tell me that you don't in some way they look at this and go, yeah, that's about that. See, it's believable. I
yeah,
can see Vince doing this because of the way, the impression he's made on the world.
and also I'll reiterate again that an employee felt sure enough of their ground to bring this to court against a billionaire CEO. That is not nothing.
I should also point out that, I think that regardless of what happened, TKO, like, trying to distance themselves from him,
Is the right thing to do, yeah.
again, their legal department called Vince McMahon a risk.
That was before this came out.
That was before this came out. They considered him a risk to the company because, again, it's no longer Vince's company anymore. It's TKO's,
Yeah,
and it's going to be run by people who don't have, it's not going to be run by one person's vision anymore. So, depending on how this goes, I think they do want to distance themselves from McMahon.
yeah,
Even if this turns out to not be true, it's bringing unnecessary, negative attention. I mean,
yeah.
we're talking about it.
Shit
That's all the
sticks.
evidence you need. What?
Shit sticks.
Shit sticks.
Shit sticks. That's the phrase, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, again, Vince McMahon, I want to point out again that, as I think I said to you before we started this, Vince McMahon for years has lived in a bubble. He has only ever exited that bubble to deal with the steroid scandal, a couple of lawsuits here and there.
Yeah. And
And
wrestling as such a niche interest does fly under the well, it did fly under the radar of mainstream news
there's
for a
also
long
his
time.
behavior. I mean, his behavior is childish. I mean, look at how he behaved with that whole, when someone brought up the whole wrestlers dying at young ages, and he did
Oh,
a
Hawk
childish
said,
voice and slapped the
presumably in
thing out.
response to my shit sticks comment, Hawk says, "Well, it depends on your diet." Yeah.
Well. Unfortunately, from the sound of things, Vince likes that.
Oh God. Oh. All right.
I like
However.
shitting on the poor.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Also, why is it, of all of the funny Vince McMahon sounds, there's no one pure video on YouTube of him doing the puke thing.
Yeah, I know.
He's gonna puke. He's gonna puke. And he's getting really fucking enthusiastic about it.
He's gonna. He's gonna.
He's gonna puke.
As it described running down her back, it wasn't sticking. Oh.
Oh god.
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna get this one out just because I might as well. I'm a scat man.
Oh. We needed a bit of levity. Okay. However, on November 20th, 2019, McMahon insisted that Miss Grant see a physician of his choosing. This physician is referred to herein as Celebrity Doctor. And the facility that Celebrity Doctor operated from is referred to herein as Alternative Clinic. McMahon and Celebrity Doctor assured Grant that her bills at Alternative Clinic would be taken care of under McMahon's account. After the initial visit, it became apparent to Miss Grant that McMahon and Celebrity Doctor wanted Miss Grant to remain in the care of Celebrity Doctor's practice, and Miss Grant felt pressured to do so. Celebrity Doctor made comments about how Celebrity Doctor, they, referring to McMahon and Alternative Clinic, had saved her life, and Celebrity Doctor often remarked how Miss Grant was unable to even make eye contact with Celebrity Doctor during their initial sessions, an obvious sign of trauma. Uh, oh, yeah, this is like textbook abusive relationship tactics. He's isolating her from any outside influences, cutting her off from anyone outside of his circle. Triggs says 2 girls,
Yeah,
1
it's very cultish.
Yeah. Hawk says, celebrity doctor sounds totally legit to me, no worries. Ms. Grant...
Tell me, does he...
Sorry?
Yeah, I'm just imagining. So I'm just imagining it's just a friend of his. Like he's not an actual doctor.
Doctor.
Someone with a very.
Dr. Vince McMahon's doctor.
I mean, Vince McMahon got an honorary doctorate.
Yes. I forget what in though. Celebrity doctor Matt Smith. Oh. I'm going to picture this doctor as Matt Smith from now on. Thanks for that. Oh. Miss Grant acknowledged having a relationship with McMahon during visits with Celebrity Doctor, who gave little reaction, save telling her there were many different paths to God and love. Celebrity Doctor lavished attention, treatments, and products on Miss Grant, all of which were paid for under McMahon's account. I've lost my place. Oh, Ms. Grant was never provided with any receipts. When Ms. Grant inquired about certain treatments provided, Celebrity Doctor challenged her on whether she trusted Celebrity Doctor and postured that if she didn't trust Celebrity Doctor, then we should part ways right now. At the outset of her care with Celebrity Doctor, each session lasted up to 1 hour. Ms. Grant would leave feeling exhausted from Celebrity Doctor's deep dives into her personal and work life as a coach focused on behavioural science. Alternative Clinic, aka Small Blue Box. That was Section E. Section F. In 2020, McMahon voices concern about rumours, then publicly exploits her and Ms. Grant's desperate attempt to leave WWE. What can you even say to this shit?
That it's just getting painful now?
We're not even halfway.
Oh, I know.
On January 30th, 2020, WWE issued a press release announcing the company's co-presidents, George Barrios and Michelle Wilson, were departing from the company and would no longer serve on its board of directors. A significant drop in WWE's stock price followed. The company announced that Frank Riddick III, a member of board of directors for more than 11 years, would be interim chief financial officer and report directly to McMahon. On February 3rd, 2020, McMahon sent a message to Ms. Grant advising he had been informed by WWE Corporate Officer 2 that there were a lot of rumours circulating about McMahon and Ms. Grant. Well, with his inner circle's idea of discretion, I am not surprised.
Well, yeah. Of course, rumors are going to go around when you literally have your alleged stooges flat out making scenes in front of people. We need to keep this relationship secret. So here, wear this "I love Vince McMahon" shirt.
Only myself and the rest of the English-speaking world is to know. The Chronicles of Riddick III. Says Hawk.
Assault on Butcher Bay.
On February 3rd, 2020, McMahon sent a message to Ms. Grant advising he had been informed by WWE Corporate Officer Number 2 that there were a lot of rumours circulating about McMahon and Ms. Grant. McMahon warned Ms. Grant that rumours were not good for either of them. Then, on February 10th, 2020, without any advance warning, Ms. Grant was temporarily relocated to the XFL workforce. That poor woman.
You don't know how bad the
XFL I'm sorry, but the way that's worded seems like, without any advance warning, temporarily relocated to the XFL. I mean, that makes it sound like it's an attack.
You only know about it by reputation.
Yeah, but, like, even if I didn't, that would still sound like a punishment in itself with that wording.
We'll have to talk. You and me are going to have a talk at one point about the XFL in general. Why everything went the way it went. But let me just tell you, one of the things that definitely needs to be mentioned is the blimp crashing.
Ah.
Yeah, that was a thing that happened.
Ms. Grant, having been desperate to escape the feeling of being trapped in her existence at WWE. Well, yes, you need your stooges. You can't rely on Abbott and Costello. They can't even decide who's on first. Good you?
Oh, God. Well, originally your stooges were Patterson and Briscoe on television.
Applied to remain with the XFL. On March 6, 2020, she openly vocalized her desire to remain with XFL to colleagues, even referring to her state of work with WWE as nothingness, and she sought permission to make the change official from WWE employee number 1 and corporate officer 4 before informing McMahon days after this, during which time she had finally told McMahon about her application to remain with the XFL. Her request was denied. In the weeks that followed, despite McMahon's warning about rumours and direction to Miss Grant to play dumb, he began showing explicit photos of Miss Grant to people both inside and outside the company. On March 26, 2020, McMahon sent a lengthy message to Miss Grant describing in detail the circumstances surrounding sharing explicit photographs of Miss Grant to a former WWE referee, referred to herein as WWE referee. McMahon described how WWE referee left to masturbate and told Miss Grant she had made a perfect stranger very happy. Jesus Christ.
What the actual fuck?
The Rock. It doesn't matter what you think. Hawk says she'd have been safer transferring to the XLSX. Ms. Grant initially dismissed this as mere fantasy talk, believing that McMahon would not actually do such a reckless thing. But when she voiced apprehension about McMahon sharing naked photos of her with someone she did not know, McMahon's response was not to comfort her, but to assure of WWE referee's loyalty to him. This sharing of explicit photos terrified Ms. Grant, as it illustrated McMahon's sheer lack of self-control, and it further panicked her that these private and intimate photos, which included her face, were being shared with complete strangers. On March 30th, 2020, McMahon enthusiastically messaged Miss Grant that WWE referee had showed a friend a naked photo of Miss Grant, which marked the beginning of McMahon sharing Miss Grant's naked pictures with others who he encouraged to share with their friends. On the 31st of March 2020, plus why share with refs, they're all scum.
Seriously, he's literally just like, no, this stuff can't get out. But here's me letting it all out.
Yeah, that's exactly what's
being a top hat and cane, swinging it around and saying, "Come one, come all, and come again."
Oh God.
Again, this is the man who allegedly wanted an incest angle with his pregnant daughter.
On March 31st, 2020, Miss Grant expressed concern to McMahon that she had no intention of having sex with these strangers and requested McMahon make that message clear, as she felt threatened and distressed by the responses her pictures were getting. She made clear that she did not want any perception of her moving beyond the point of mere fantasy. Shortly after, McMahon surprised Miss Grant with news that he had protected her job from a furlough that WWE would imminently announce. The furlough affected a large number of employees, and McMahon emphasized that he personally made sure she would not be one of them, reinforcing her dependency on him, particularly after a majority of the support staff in the legal department, all held prior to Miss Grant, were furloughed. McMahon became the most important figure in Miss Grant's life as he meticulously asserted power and control over almost every aspect of it. It can't get out. Don't you agree, Earl Hebner? Oh, Hawk. I think Earl Hebner's in AEW now, isn't he? He would have been at
Yeah,
this point.
it could be Little Nate, Charles Robinson.
Uh, McMahon became. Oh God, I feel awful for laughing at the jokes, but also you kind of have to get through it. Is this real life?
Sometimes, Ollie, you have to laugh because you know you're gonna cry. If you don't,
Yeah.
and we are not
I
laughing
mean,
at. I want to make this clear.
we're not
You
laughing
are
at
not
this
laughing.
person.
We're not laughing at this person. This person has all my respect for coming forward with all this.
Yeah.
If anyone deserves to be mocked, it's Vince McMahon. And quite frankly, if you can't mock a man who made an entire personality career out of having other grown men kiss his backside, get his own face shoved in a Samoan's backside, get himself covered in poop on television, get assaulted in a hospital and have things jammed up his bum. Yeah,
th-
all the things Vince has had done to him on television in character that he's been willing to have done.
yeah. McMahon became. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why not? Why not laugh at that?
Yeah.
Laugh at McMahon by all means, but what he's done is fucking disgusting. I
Yeah.
think we need to make that clear. What he's done is, if it's true, if that's a big emphasis there, if it's fucking disgusting.
Yeah. Not sure how her job would work on furlough. The sexting, that's possible. Not sure how long he could continue assaulting on teams. Yeah, that's probably why. McMahon became the most important figure in Miss Grant's life as he meticulously asserted power and control over almost every aspect of it. Miss Grant's fears intensified over the consequences that could result from McMahon's actions, particularly by sharing her naked pictures. She became paranoid, completely dependent on and worshipfully devoted to McMahon. He, in turn, pressed forward in exerting his power over Miss Grant as he saw fit.
Healthy.
Section G. McMahon recruits other men and forces Miss Grant into sex trafficking. Okay.
What?
You knew this was part of the lawsuit,
Okay,
right?
I actually forgot about the trafficking.
Yeah, I think the trafficking is like the main well, it's the big thing, isn't it?
It's the more recent thing.
Yeah. In May 2020, McMahon had recruited an individual whom he manipulatively referred to as his friend to engage in a threesome with McMahon and Ms. Grant. The friend turned out to be McMahon's physical therapist at Alternative Clinic and is referred to herein as physical therapist. 2 words. Okay, brother. Oh. Ew.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he was a physical therapist, and by that I mean he was pretending to be a therapist and being very physical, because the man is a monster according to this.
To induce Miss Grant's participation in the threesome, McMahon began referring to Miss Grant as his girlfriend and sent her a large bouquet of flowers. Nevertheless, on May 8, 2020, Miss Grant expressed apprehension about participating in the threesome. In response, McMahon insisted that the plans were already made and suggested that he would lose a friendship if she did not go through with it.
What is he trying to tell her that? No, you've got to understand. If we don't bang, then this guy won't be my friend.
That is what is written here.
That's the implication. You've got to you've got to do this favor for me and have sex with this guy who is very questionably called a therapist. Otherwise, he won't be my friend and he won't tickle my balls.
On the day
my
of...
grapefruits need attention, damn it!
Oh, God. Oh, I didn't know...
Look at it, Ollie! Look at it!
I didn't know... Hawk says, I didn't know Interflora did a non-consensual bouquet/gift basket. On the day of the threesome on May 9th, 2020, Ms. Grant showed up to the condo, but reiterated that she did not want to go through with the act. She expressed fear of being thrown around like a rag doll by McMahon and physical therapist. After Ms. Grant clearly stated she wanted to back out, McMahon responded by telling Ms. Grant for the first time that he loved her, stunning her into silence. McMahon's manipulative tactic resulted in the outcome he wanted, and he led her down the stairs to the bedroom where physical therapist was already waiting to begin the threesome. Early in the encounter, McMahon immediately directed Miss Grant to lay down on her back in a supplicating position while straddling over her. McMahon defecated on Miss Grant's head. McMahon left to shower off, but he instructed Miss Grant to remain in place with excrement in her hair and to continue performing for his friend. While Miss Grant requested protection, none was offered. McMahon and physical therapist actively continued with the threesome and directed Miss Grant's sexual performance for around an hour and a half while she was left covered in feces. McMahon and physical therapist in the Barbie movie. What? Following the threesome on May 11th, 2020, McMahon sent an explicit message to Miss Grant that further detailed his fantasies of seeing her engaged in sexual relations. Screenshot of message. Oh. I don't have the texts to hand, but we'll make do. McMahon then pressured Miss Grant into several additional threesomes in large part because she felt she had no other choice, particularly after McMahon's comments that he had personally ensured that she had not lost her job. Her subsequent run-ins with physical therapist at Alternative Clinic also served as a reminder of how much was at stake if she did not obey. McMahon controlled Miss Grant's employment, income, paid for her medical care, circulated naked pictures of her, and ignored her lack of consent for the first threesome. If Barbie World bet she wishes he was wrapped in plastic. Yep. Oh. Indeed, when text conversations would begin to cross over from McMahon's fantasies into reality, Miss Grant often attempted to avoid physical encounters with physical therapist, as on September 23rd, 2020, when she told McMahon there was no room for a third body. After the threesomes began, McMahon became more sadistic and his fantasies focused on control, such as choking, sensory deprivation, pain, humiliation, and group scenarios in which Miss Grant was to be physically overwhelmed and subservient. On one occasion, he instructed Miss Grant, "Do not knock on the door, because if I see you, I will rape you in the hallway." Fucking hell.
What the?
That explains. Oh god. Hawk says that explains how WWE secured that WWE/Scooby-Doo deal. Ugh.
Jesus Christ, Finn.
To leave no doubt regarding the dynamic of their fucking hell. I'm sorry. I'm still processing that.
What, the whole that he used rap with? He used the word rap with an E.
No, he explicitly said by name that was what he was going to do. Like,
I know, but I'm trying not to say the word.
Yeah. But you know, that's what the lawsuit says, so I had to say it once, I think. Trigger says grape. To leave no doubt regarding the dynamic of their relationship, on May 12th, 2020, McMahon texted Ms. Grant, "I'm the only one who owns you and controls who I want to fuck you," a theme that was often reiterated throughout their involvement. On June 17th, 2020, Ms. Grant sent text to McMahon noting her 1-year anniversary in joining WWE. McMahon ignored her. A month later, McMahon reminded Ms. Grant about the far-reaching results of his texting out explicit content of her. "By now, thousands of men see you every day all over the world. They all want to fuck you."
Yeah, what was this about? What was this about? We need to be discreet, otherwise, you know.
Except when I don't want to, apparently.
That's all. That is how these things were.
Sounds like 50 Shade WWE edition. I'm not familiar with that piece of fiction, but I know what it's vaguely about. Yeah.
Take you at your word.
Yeah. Around this time, McMahon openly shared explicit photographs and salacious stories about Miss Grant with WWE crew at TV tapings, a group McMahon also referred to as her fan club. Indeed, McMahon exuberantly messaged her a truthful story of having just shared explicit content of her with a group of 12 men on the WWE tech crew and recounted that obscene details he shared with them. Screenshot of message. I don't think I want to read that message, even if it was here. Fucking hell.
I know, it just gets worse, doesn't it?
Yeah. There's a line that almost word for word. Really? Fucking hell. On the occasions when Miss Grant informed McMahon that she was physically injured during their sexual encounter, McMahon's response varied from apologies to non-accountable pushback and blaming impulse control. When encounters were particularly brutal, Miss Grant learned to bookend the truth of her injuries with compliments to create the least amount of pushback from McMahon. However, Miss Grant sustained brutal and painful injuries, including bleeding, swelling, bruising, and spans of incontinence, resulting from McMahon's forceful use of his fists, adult toys, and objects unsafe for vaginal insertion or penetration.
Jesus Christ! Please tell me he didn't try and insert the SmackDown fist.
I mean, that does sound. I mean, it specifically says objects unsafe for insertion.
Yeah, the worst part is you're thinking about it.
Thanks for that. Oh, I'm feeling a little queasy. For instance, sorry, go.
I get it. Do you need some water?
I'm fine. I'll be all right. I'm just.
In all seriousness, I'm going to say this as someone who is very careful. There are certain things I've been lectured about that you just do not insert.
Yeah. So Hawk says like Optimus Prime or Buzz Lightyear. Oh.
Well, no. If you put in the Buzz Lightyear, the worst he can do is, his wings pop out while he's still in.
Oh.
And you just realise you've customized them so that they have like blades on the end. Everybody, I'm making this your problem now. Gah! Oh God, Optimus Prime. No, I don't think we need a transformer that actually turns into a dildo.
For instance, on August 18th, 2020, Ms. Grant texted McMahon that she was injured during their latest sexual encounter as a result of McMahon's insistence on penetrating Ms. Grant with extra-large sex toys, including a vibrating wand that caused her to panic. McMahon ignored Miss Grant's warning that the device was not meant for insertion and forcefully shoved the wand inside her so deeply that it became stuck for a period. She texted that she was in pain and bleeding a lot between the last night and today, and I'm on the floor right now because I can't get comfortable. And on August 29th, she texted him an update that she was still really uncomfortable and I got hurt in some way that I'm having trouble describing. McMahon did apologize, saying that sometimes I just get carried away. That's section G.
Okay.
So,
well, what we've got is that Vince McMahon. We know that Vince seems to apparently, again, allegedly, have no idea what consent is or any concern for it, and that he doesn't seem to understand that you cannot, whatever you do, you cannot put your PS4 controller inside a human being. And I've been to Spain and watched a woman pull razor blades on a string out of her vag.
Yes, I've heard of this person.
Oh, yes, Sticky Vicky.
Yeah, every time Spain is mentioned, someone in my family brings it up. Like, I don't think, like, not on my mum's side, or, like,
Oh.
it's always one of the older men that brings it up.
Of course they do, because when I first went to Spain with the family, that's the first, after going to a drag show, that we went to go see Sticky Vicky because it was one of the things you do, and I've seen her pull an entire oversized pencil out of there, a massive battery that she then shoved up there with a light bulb. And getting back to the point, there are just certain things you don't insert there for a variety of reasons, one of which being common goddamn sense.
Brigger says, Donkey Show. I've seen Clerks too.
No, it's not the Donkey Show. It didn't go that part. It didn't go that far. It's literally just a show of a woman that's like clearly in her 60s or so, pulling out like a string full of covered with of razor blades out of her vag and various other things she's shoved up there. She goes pub to pub in one night doing this shit.
I hope they pay her well.
She's legendary enough, from what I understand. Like, it was enough that you'd like once nighttime fell, you'd always get like people advertising it, and she had a bodyguard. Like, she actually had a full-on bodyguard. Because we got a picture with her and everything, and, you know, I could speak Spanish at the time, so we just said we just want a photo and stuff. They were very nice about it, but she, like, had a guard down from to pub. So I'm guessing that she could be paid well if she could afford a bodyguard.
Oh, it says 2x4 oak with a zebra hair core. Just remember the one chooses the wizard, Mr. McMahon. Oh, Lord. It's bad enough we're reading through this. Now you made me think of Harry Potter. I'm joking.
Oh, God. It looks like we're getting onto a...
Sorry?
Look at what's coming after.
Oh. McMahon recruits Laurinaitis into his exploitation of Miss Grant and transfers it into Laurinaitis' department at WWE, trafficking and sex acts at WWE headquarters. 150. We are roughly halfway through this.
Yeah, and now we're getting to some law.
During this time, Miss Grant became so sick from the stress of the situations that McMahon had subjected her to that her weight plummeted to just over 100 pounds, which McMahon ignored. One distressing event occurred on November 21st, 2020, when McMahon drove Miss Grant to WWE headquarters to fulfill his fantasy of having a sexual encounter with her in his office, causing Miss Grant to suffer a panic attack in the passenger seat while pleading with McMahon to change his mind and drive her back home. McMahon scoffed and then gave her an ultimatum: either have a sexual encounter in his office or inside the parked car. Terrified, Miss Grant obeyed McMahon's directions and they entered WWE headquarters for the encounter. Oh, Lord. Further, despite Miss Grant's repeated statements that she did not consent to threesomes with McMahon and physical therapist, McMahon had advertised her to others and told her that he had found another person to join them, defended John Laurinaitis.
Oh, God. I'm going to have to look up and see if he's even still with, the Bella's mom.
I mean, if he is, he won't be for long. I shouldn't wonder.
I mean, hope not. Good God.
Random encounter, roll for initiative. Oh.
I don't think a 20 is going to fix it. Roll for luck. 20. Roll for luck. 20?
In November 2020, McMahon pressed Miss Grant to make explicit photos and videos to send to Laurinaitis. McMahon orchestrated exchanges by instructing Miss Grant when to create explicit content for Laurinaitis, including what to say, and provided her with notes to adjust her performance. McMahon then facilitated the exchange of explicit content back and forth between Miss Grant and Laurinaitis, notably even once phone numbers were exchanged. Between Miss Grant and Laurinaitis, McMahon insisted that he be privy to any messages that Miss Grant sent to Laurinaitis and demanded that she report back about all interactions, further illustrating the level of control he held over Miss Grant. On or about December 29th, 2020, a threesome was arranged between McMahon, Laurinaitis, and Miss Grant at McMahon's condo. McMahon instructed her to tell Laurinaitis that she was a neighbour and girlfriend working in the legal field, but not at WWE. Shortly after meeting Laurinaitis, Miss Grant asked him if she was the first woman whom McMahon had introduced him to in such a setting. Laurinaitis failed to respond and shot a look directly at McMahon, who quickly intervened by kissing Miss Grant and initiating the sexual encounter amongst the three of them. Once again, Miss Grant asked for protection. Once again, her request was denied after an assurance that Laurinaitis was clean.
He's clean! But he's also big!
Laurinaitis sounds like an infected Lauren. It does.
Look, yeah, people have already made many jokes about laryngitis.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't help that he did have a very sort of like throaty sounding voice. So
his voice was something like, "My name is John Laurinaitis, and I am the Executive Vice President of Talent Relations, and also might be the Grand Wizard."
Oh God.
He literally looked like he was dressing up for a band rally at one point. I'm sorry. He had that really weird fucking robe on.
Yeah, the red one I remember, but
But
yeah, the name John Laryngitis was quite common.
Well, there's also the fact that he is Rihanna, Road Warrior Animal.
But not the Mad Goose Wizard. Oh.
So yeah.
In the days that followed, McMahon texted her that Laurinaitis hugged me like a bear and said thank you to me about 12 times already. In contrast, Laurinaitis messaged Miss Grant, thanks for the fun afternoon. On or around 25th of January 2021, Miss Grant was reassigned to directly support WWE's new hire, a high-ranking employee in the legal department. On February 5th, 2021... sorry, give me a second. I think my throat's protesting a bit. McMahon sent Miss Grant to establish a schedule for which other men, including physical therapist and Laurinaitis, could have sex with Miss Grant, which Miss Grant attempted to rebuff. Screenshot of messages. Text like this, a shift schedule, caused Miss Grant to suffer breakdowns over how her original hope for a new life had been reduced to an objectified and dehumanized existence with no way out. On or about March 6, 2021, a second threesome between McMahon, Laurinaitis, and Miss Grant occurred. In March 2021, WWE had still not hired a replacement after WWE Corporate Officer Number 4's termination in November 2020. On March 9th, 2021, McMahon informed Miss Grant, still an entry-level coordinator, that top executives in the company knew about their relationship and that her presence in the legal department was effectively delaying the company's efforts to hire a new replacement for his high-ranking official, reinforcing the fact that many within the company were well aware of the circumstances detailed herein. Grand Wizard role for initiative. Oh. As a result, McMahon stated the plan was for her to change departments, and he verbally directed Miss Grant to transfer to the Talent Relations Department, reporting to Laurinaitis. On March 10th, 2021, Miss Grant sent McMahon a text message recapping their conversation and expressing shock and a range of concerns, including about Laurinaitis. Essentially, Miss Grant expressed a desire to be treated humanely and taken seriously, which she acknowledged could be an uphill battle. Unfortunately, Miss Grant's transfer to Talent Relations Department came with the expectation, from both McMahon and Laurinaitis, that she engaged with Laurinaitis sexually, both physically and with explicit content. On March 10th, 2021, WWE Corporate Officer Number 2 informed Grant that day that she would officially be moved to Talent Relations and would quickly begin reporting to Laurinaitis, although details about her role, including a title and salary, were still being firmed up. In essence, Miss Grant again found herself in a completely undefined role, except for the understanding that she remained a sexual slave to be used and trafficked by McMahon within the WWE. On March 12, 2021, McMahon reminded her of the connection between her job and her role as a sexual object. "Let's work hard and play hard too," is the quote.
Let's work hard and play hard.
Oh, Jesus. Hit number 2. Indeed. Sorry, I'm just trying to move my chair into a better position. Okay. On March 16th, 2021, Miss Grant was directed to pick up a key to Laurinaitis' hotel room and serve herself to him as breakfast before the start of work.
Oh God, oh God, no.
You laugh because it's better than crying.
No. No, what she should have done is gone in where it... No.
Trigger says, eggs.
Yeah, have a go in, wearing a strap on, screaming, "I'm a continental breakfast, melons on top, sausage below."
Oh, no. McMahon constantly...
All seriousness, though, fucking hell. No, serving as breakfast, just Jesus, no.
McMahon constantly reinforced the expectation that Miss Grant sexually perform for him and her new boss, Laurinaitis, both in and out of the office. McMahon wrote on March 22nd, 2021, "Do you promise to make me proud, baby? Will you show him what a porno star you can be? Will you show off for me like never before? 4 question marks. And on days when he is in town, I want him to fuck you every morning and later in the office too." McMahon also...
Suddenly the cockholding storyline is making more sense.
Yeah. Yeah, great plan. Hawk says, "Yeah, great plan, Vince. I'm sure that will look great on the CV. WWE coordinator, main responsibility, sex slave." McMahon also indicated on April 2nd, 2021 that Miss Grant should obey if Laurinaitis wanted to bring in yet more men. In April 2021, WWE's Senior Vice President of Human Resources was fired. That same month, McMahon informed Miss Grant that she would be given the title of Vice President, Operations within the Talent Relations Department. However, days later, McMahon backtracked and said she would be a Director of Operations instead to avoid suspicion of a sudden promotion to Vice President. Avoid suspicion? What suspicion does he think he's avoiding?
Well, what suspicion? Who is he hiding from at this point? Honestly, I think the wrestlers...
By his own admission, thousands of people know.
More and more people keep finding out, which you'd think would be grounds to remove her in general. I think the only people who don't know that are within his company would be the wrestlers, and that's only because he doesn't consider them employees.
Trigger says, "Don't get that at Travel Lodge." Yeah. During this conversation, McMahon told Ms. Grant that he had expressed to other WWE management that he wanted her to reach the level of Vice President and spend a year or 2 in the position, as she would be able to take the experience anywhere. Miss Grant left this conversation with McMahon hoping she could escape this situation with her finances and reputation intact. She just needed to survive until that point. In an April 2021 meeting between Miss Grant and WWE Corporate Officer Number 2, WWE Corporate Officer Number 2 acknowledged that the jump initially proposed to Vice President was too big and could put a target on Miss Grant's back. Nevertheless, WWE Corporate Officer Number 2 presented Ms. Grant with paperwork detailing a base salary increase to $200,000 as Director of Operations. Interview. So, Hawk says, interview. So why did you leave your last employment? Can you provide an example of successful teamwork at your last employment? And Trigger responds, yep, got a video.
Well, there was a threesome that was a threesome that was, non-consensual. That was kind of teamwork to make the nightmare work. Is that how you say it? Totally not.
As soon as Miss Grant began working directly for Laurinaitis, forcible touching and overtly sexual behaviours became part of daily life. When he was in the office, on numerous occasions, Miss Grant was directed to visit Laurinaitis at his hotel room before work to serve himself to him as his breakfast. These devastating experiences made Miss Grant feel as though she were being pimped out as an object for sexual gratification for her new boss. Upon information and belief, corporate funds from the WWE were used to finance Laurinaitis' hotel stays when these coerced sexual encounters occurred.
Oh, of course WWE finances were used.
I mean, there is a legal argument that you could have that as brothel keeping. I remember watching a YouTube video about how, prostitution is like legal but really not, in that it is legal to buy and sell sex, but it's not legal to do it anywhere. So, like, if you do it in your own home, you're essentially brothel keeping. If you rent to someone who does it, you're pimping because you're profiting from someone else's sex work. And that's the same with hotels as well. So, using company funds to finance that could actually be seen as an entirely different misdemeanor.
Oh, of course, of course.
Yeah. Of course, I could be talking a load of bollocks. I don't actually know much about that law. Per McMahon's instructions, Miss Grant reported interactions with Laurinaitis back to McMahon, for whom the stories served as a source of arousal. The arrangement with Laurinaitis left Miss Grant miserable and enraged. Sorry, I gotta drain the rest of this can real quick. My throat is getting dry.
Yeah. Oh, look, someone else who's unsatisfied by their dealings with John Laurinaitis. Shocking.
Ugh. The arrangement with Laurinaitis left Miss Grant miserable and enraged. However, in her years of experience with McMahon, she knew her requests to stop would be ignored at best or used to destroy her career and reputation at worst. Pimp McMahon. Ms. Grant was further left feeling isolated by colleagues and surveilled by the top-level employees within WWE. Professionally and personally, Ms. Grant's fate was entirely in the hands of McMahon, Laurinaitis, and other WWE executives who enabled her abuse. On May 24, 2021, McMahon messaged Ms. Grant to remind her that a mistake could destroy her career and that she should pursue verbal communication rather than written where possible. Screenshot of messages. Yeah, that's a textbook when you know you're doing shit, when you know what you're doing is wrong and you want to destroy any proof. That's why, like, people doing illegal things, I've heard, prefer to talk on the phone rather than leave anything written. Panic that someone else's mistake could cost Miss Grant her livelihood left her feeling helpless and afraid of what would happen if McMahon's mood shifted, leading to her to message him expressions of loyalty, love, and submission as a coping mechanism, and with the hope that he would protect her. On June 14th, 2021, Ms. Grant again told McMahon that she did not want to engage in sexual encounters with Laurinaitis, adding, "I've left that hotel feeling bad about myself. every time. McMahon responded that the one-on-one encounters could cease, but that he expected the threesomes with Laurinaitis to continue. Jesus Christ. Okay, that was that section.
Yeah, the disregard is right there.
Yeah. Well, there's a short one, section I. McMahon and Laurinaitis confined Miss Grant in an office for an abusive sexual assault at WWE headquarters.
Oh God, a tight hours.
Yeah. Hulk says, yeah, can't leave a paper trail if you don't write anything down. Yeah. Messages do
Right.
seem like a silly mistake to have out there. Yeah. I mean, apparently they got him on a lot of them. The following morning, on June 15th, 2021, at approximately 7:51 a.m., Miss Grant messaged McMahon that due to her work on an important project, she did not want a threesome that week, as a threesome won't set me up for success, it'll knock me out. To avoid pushback from McMahon, Miss Grant offered the following week instead. McMahon and Laurinaitis ignored her plea and brought her into Laurinaitis' office, forcibly touching and undressing her before forcing her to engage in a threesome on a conference table. Miss Grant pleaded no, 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 and please stop. McMahon responded with no means yes. Miss Grant again told them to stop. Instead, McMahon licked his fingers and penetrated Miss Grant and said, take it, bitch, with each taking turns restraining her for the other. Laurinaitis then joined by forcibly shoving his tongue, then penis, into Miss Grant's mouth. Oh. Oh, wow. Things. Yeah. So she asked for a title match. What?
Ugh. Yeah, she took the John Cena route.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Of course you don't. Well, how do you think he got all those title matches without earning screen?
Yeah. Oh, 182. Oh, right.
But Jesus Christ, Johnny, you are certainly not an ace.
On June 23rd, 2021, around 11:42 a.m., McMahon directed Miss Grant in the middle of her workday to meet him on a lower floor. When Miss Grant arrived, McMahon led her inside his private locker room, locked the door, and forced himself on her over a massage table. Later that day, $15,000 in gift cards to Bloomingdale's were purchased at McMahon's direction and delivered by McMahon's personal assistant to Miss Grant in her office. Offered could be a problem. Yeah. On multiple other
Jeez.
occasions. Sorry. Sir.
It's kind of Jesus. Just like, what is he bribing her now?
Looks like it. On multiple other occasions, while Miss Grant worked under Laurinaitis, including after McMahon's promise that one-on-one encounters would end, and even after his wife moved across the country to join Laurinaitis, he would call Miss Grant to his office, lock the door, unzip his pants, and instruct Miss Grant to perform oral sex. Through all this, Miss Grant noticed that the less she sexually engaged with Laurinaitis, the less work she had, as Laurinaitis began to belittle Miss Grant in front of colleagues. Fearing for herself and her future, Miss Grant asked Laurinaitis whether he still supported her promotion to vice president. He deflected with an answer about considering all options and changed the topic. The extreme uncertainty and fear for her future exacerbated Miss Grant's physical symptoms of illness, including gastrointestinal issues and vomiting, which continued to worsen over the remainder of her time with WWE. McMahon uses Miss Grant as a sexual pawn to entice world-famous wrestling talent and to keep WWE superstar under contract. Okay.
Oh, God. He's using her as an actual Bargaining chip.
This is literally pimping.
Well,
WWE Superstar is famous worldwide as a top talent with WWE with a large collective fan base that helps generate viewership and drives in-person attendance, all of which enrich WWE and McMahon. Upon information and belief, McMahon began to recruit WWE Superstar for a sexual encounter with Miss Grant while she was still a coordinator in the legal department. By July of 2021, McMahon informed Miss Grant that WWE Superstar would be their next playmate. As in other instances, McMahon described his fantasy of seeing Miss Grant engaged in unmerciful sexual acts with WWE Superstar, during which he would rip her open.
holy shit.
McMahon also confided to Miss Grant that he wanted to have WWE Superstar under a new contract, while WWE Superstar indicated an interest to return to other professional endeavors. On or about July 12, 2021, McMahon directed Miss Grant to create a personalized sexual content for WWE Superstar. McMahon shared the photos with WWE Superstar and then informed Miss Grant that he likes what he sees. On July 21st, 2021, McMahon flew and/or caused WWE Superstar to fly on a jet into a local airport and travel into Connecticut across state lines for what McMahon described to Miss Grant as a business dinner, as well as a sexual encounter with Miss Grant in McMahon's condo. Upon information and belief, the dinner was to discuss WWE Superstar's continued involvement with WWE. Prior to the business dinner with McMahon, WWE Superstar made a brief visit to Miss Grant's building. However, WWE Superstar did not return to the building for a sexual encounter because he was too intoxicated and taken aback to the plane. Later that evening, after McMahon recounted the story about his dinner with WWE Superstar to Miss Grant, he sought to salvage the night with a request that they role-play a sexual encounter in which McMahon acted as if he were WWE Superstar. McMahon was too... Oh. So, like... I know we can't say who we think this is, but there's really only one person it probably is. That's who Vince wants to pretend to be. Do you think they used the music?
Yes, I do think that, knowing if this is true, again, big if, I think he literally goes into the bathroom and then plays the music on his phone or something and then comes out to it doing all of the entrance motions and everything.
I realise that's an off-color joke, but come on, give me something. Roll for initiative, says Trigger. Oh. This is a tough read. It's
Yeah, I know it's a tough
Later that evening, after McMahon recounted the story about his dinner with WWE Superstar. Oh, that was what I just read. The whole role play thing.
But did he perform? Did he perform the finisher as well?
Roll for initiative, says Trigger. McMahon was so physically rough with Miss Grant during this encounter that Miss Grant begged McMahon to stop numerous times, including loud cries of "Help, I'm serious and I'm scared," as he, among other things, penetrated her, fisted her, pulled her hair, pinned her, shoved her, and open palm slapped her. McMahon's assault caused Miss Grant to break down weeping and curl into the fetal position with her arms pulled up to protect her face. McMahon alternated between slaps and shoves before admitting that I'm really fucking with you. I'm really fucking up with you, right? And left tonight, huh? McMahon forbade Miss Grant from leaving his condo that night unless she could verbally assure him that there wasn't a problem and everything between them was okay. Notably, however, he made no effort to check on her well-being after she left his condo.
So he got way into character. You once said to me, Vince doesn't understand subtlety.
That is a thing that I have said, yes. And I was just talking about the way he books segments.
Oh, I agree. The way he books segments, but in here it sounds like he's gone pretending to be alleged WWE superstar,
Yeah.
Well, and then alleged superstar. I'm probably going a bit too. If it's who we think it is,
Yeah.
he's gotten way too into character. He's probably
Yeah.
even counting along with the abuse. Jesus Christ.
On August 26, 2021, WWE held its second biggest annual event, SummerSlam, in Las Vegas Allegiant Stadium. Around this time, McMahon and WWE superstar privately reached an informal agreement about his return. That night, McMahon texted Miss Grant a reminder that she was an enslaved object to him. I want to drive you lower and lower, so low that you might beg me to sell you. Emphasis added.
What the? What? I. He's not even trying to be subtle. You're right. He's not. You're right. He's not subtle at all.
McMahon continued to advertise a sexual encounter with Miss Grant to WWE superstar during the formal negotiations of a new booking contract with WWE. Apparently, there's excuse me.
Bless you.
There's a screenshot of the message apparently, but it's not here, and I don't have it, and nor do I particularly want to see it. In December 2021, McMahon gave Miss Grant's personal cell phone number to WWE superstar and promised she'll do anything requested of her. In the days that followed, WWE superstar revealed a fetish to Miss Grant and tested McMahon's promise that Miss Grant would do anything with a request that she send a video of herself urinating.
Okay, we're on to water sports.
Unable to recognize herself, Miss Grant went numb and obeyed. WWE superstar informed Miss Grant that if she had not complied with the request, WWE superstar would have lost any interest in her and then called her a bitch. That same month, WWE superstar expressed to Miss Grant his desire to set a playdate and have a sexual encounter. However, a snowstorm changed WWE superstar's travel plans, and Miss Grant ultimately used the weather and COVID-19 as an excuse to back out. Section K. McMahon tells Miss Grant that his wife has learned about her and pressures Miss Grant for an NDA. In early January 2022, McMahon abruptly distanced himself from Miss Grant, saying that he could not speak to or be in the same room as her. On January 9th, 2022, McMahon agreed to speak with Miss Grant at his condo. During this meeting, McMahon told Miss Grant that his wife, Linda McMahon, had learned about his relationship with Miss Grant and that he was losing his condo and that she would divorce him. He added, too, that a public divorce would make Miss Grant a headline. Purportedly to salvage his marriage and avoid both the negative publicity and other repercussions of a divorce, McMahon wanted to ensure that Miss Grant would remain silent about his personal misconduct in order to preserve his controlling interest in WWE. McMahon told Miss Grant that if she left WWE and signed an NDA, he was confident Linda McMahon would not divorce him. He could remain in the condo and Miss Grant would avoid reputational harm. McMahon instructed Miss Grant that she should not go back to the office and immediately lessened her involvement on open work items. Miss Grant expressed concerns about both her name being mentioned in the media and the loss of control over her image, especially as McMahon had shared content of her for close to 2 years and the ramifications for her career. McMahon suggested that he would attempt to help keep Miss Grant's reputation intact and that he or WWE Corporate Officer Number 1 would personally help Miss Grant find another job. McMahon also instructed Miss Grant not to share this news with anyone and suggested she offer health-related excuses if asked about leaving WWE. Regarding the NDA, Miss Grant asked McMahon, "Is this when Jerry sends the papers?" McMahon nodded and assured Miss Grant that they would be in the driver's seat to iron out terms together, but she would need an attorney to make things official and approved of Miss Grant asking Celebrity Doctor for an attorney referral. Following this discussion, McMahon led Miss Grant to his bedroom for another sexual encounter. On January 14th, 2022, McMahon sent Miss Grant a to-do list for purposes of effectuating the NDA, such as retaining counsel and also including an offer for one-on-one career coaching. McMahon suggested the list had been drafted by Corporate Officer 2. Before Miss Grant retained counsel, McMahon discussed the amount of money that would be exchanged for the NDA and settled on a lump sum of $3 million after Miss Grant told McMahon his initial offer of $1 million was not enough to compensate for the lost earning potential and the fact that she would be unable to continue the promised career trajectory of vice president, as well as failing to last as a director for a full year. Before Miss Grant retained counsel, McMahon called Miss Grant with an update and informed her that McMahon's attorney and counsel for WWE insisted on installment payments due to cash flow purposes. When Miss Grant responded that this reasoning did not make sense for a billionaire, McMahon insisted that it was not his idea. That a lot of nuts. Indeed. Yeah. $3 million could buy many nuts. On or about January 19th, 2022, Miss Grant advised McMahon that she had contacted Celebrity Doctor about an attorney referral, and on that physician's recommendation, and upon McMahon's approval, she signed a retainer agreement with a lawyer later that day. On January 24th, 2022, McMahon continued to engage in sexual text message exchanges with Ms. Grant, including encouraging her to send an explicit photo to WWE Superstar. McMahon also requested Ms. Grant send him content she had sent to WWE Superstar. The negotiations of the NDA were brief, lasting only 8 days. Ms. Grant reminded McMahon that the NDA ought to address people who knew about their relationship, including but not limited to Corporate Officers 1 and 2, John Laurinaitis, and McMahon's personal assistants. Miss Grant and some chap he bumped into in the pub the other day called Bernard. Sorry, I had to. Miss Grant.
I mean, everybody pretty much knows at this point, according to this.
It was a pretty badly kept secret, if everything here is accurate.
If everything here is accurate, then Vince never intended, because to have a few people figure it out on their own. To have a few people figure it out on their own is one thing. To have thousands of people know, Vince has got to have been bragging.
Yeah.
Not only that, he's passing her, according to this, allegedly, he's passing her around like she's a piece of meat. He's basically doing the Godfather's gimmick.
Ms. Grant and her attorney sought to incorporate the list of individuals who had knowledge of the relationship into a Schedule A in the NDA. Ms. Grant's requested revisions were flatly rejected by McMahon and WWE, who reverted to their original draft rather than incorporate any of her proposed changes. With the exception that, as of the date of execution, Ms. Grant would not speak of the relationship. On or around January 26, 2022, McMahon articulated an even more pressing need to get the NDA signed immediately, informing Ms. Grant that he was under a tight deadline to report pending or threatened legal actions to the WWE Board of Directors, specifically the Audit Committee, and that McMahon and his attorney could not do so unless Ms. Grant signed the NDA. He informed Ms. Grant that the board members were concerned about the delay. Furthermore, McMahon repeatedly pressed Ms. Grant to stop her attorney from any further wordsmithing and blamed Ms. Grant's attorney for not understanding the urgency of the situation. Also, despite any previous approval, McMahon now expressed that both he and his attorney had concerns about Ms. Grant's attorney and warned her that her counsel could not be trusted, which in turn caused Ms. Grant to question her trust in her personal attorney. On or around January 26, 2022, Ms. Grant became so overwhelmed. Trigger says, meat. Ms. Grant became so overwhelmed that she asked to simply give notice without the need for a payment, even offering to sign a napkin or a post-it as a sign of goodwill. McMahon flatly rejected her desire to back out. On January 27th, 2022, just 8 days after Miss Grant had hired an attorney, McMahon left Miss Grant a lengthy audio message explaining why they needed to go through with the NDA, pushing her to hurry up and sign the NDA and advising that he would be double fucked if she did not, presumably referring to both his divorce and if she did not, presumably referring to both his divorce and report to the board of directors. Between on January 27th, 2022 and January 28th, 2022, there were unresolved edits that led to panicked phone calls, including an attorney confidentiality clause and signatory line that Miss Grant's counsel said he would never sign. Also, the deadline to sign the NDA was pushed up from January 31st to January 28th. McMahon continued pressuring Miss Grant with calls during which he pleaded, demanded, threatened, and begged her to sign the NDA, and reminded her that by not signing, she would jeopardize him, the company, and his family, and that she would surely become the subject of national headlines and ruin her reputation if she did not sign the NDA by the start of WWE's live programming schedule on January 28th. He reassured her that nothing would change between them, and she would emerge with her reputation intact if she would simply sign the NDA. In a state of mental defeat and fear from McMahon's threats, Ms. Grant succumbed to his unrelenting pressure and signed the NDA just before the deadline on January 28th, 2022. On February 4th, 2022, Miss Grant was wired $1 million as the first installment of the NDA. On February 28th, 2022, Miss Grant was wired $10,000 to cover her attorney's fees incurred in connection with the NDA. Both wires were sent with the originator described as Vincent K. McMahon, C/O, WWF, and originator addresses. WWF? That's what it says here. 1241 East Main Street, Stamford, Connecticut, 06902, United States. On February 9th and 10th, 2022, Ms. Grant gave notice to Laurinaitis and put Human Resources at WWE on official notice that she was leaving WWE. After signing the NDA, Ms. Grant continued to ask about who had told Linda McMahon, as she was concerned about her ability to obtain employment in the future. McMahon responded that it did not matter and that he was tired of her questions. After the NDA was signed, McMahon, wearing only a white... Sorry, dude, I've got to take a break for a bit. This is getting a little much. But, you know, if you've got anything to say...
All I'm going to say is... Again, we're going off the theory... off the theory that this is true.
Well...
Assuming that this is all true... It paints a very abusive picture of Vince.
Yeah. We're presenting the lawsuit as it exists.
Yeah, we're presenting it as it exists, but if this is all 100% true, everything in this is, every single word of this is true. That's the assumption we're going to go off of here. It doesn't paint a good picture of WWE's corporate structure. It paints a very horrible picture of Vince's ego, which is honestly not surprising. And I don't know, mentally ill? Is that a good way to describe what we're seeing here? The controlling, because it starts off with Vince manipulating. It sounds like manipulation of a fan's love for a company and stuff, and their vulnerabilities in real life. I am still openly suspicious of the offers he makes, like, oh, you'll get you'll get this by tomorrow. Oh, now you'll get it next week. Now maybe on Friday. With the
Yeah.
whole, but we've got to keep it a secret. The secret is not kept at all, and everybody knows. Then suddenly Vince makes himself the victim.
Well, a lot of
In
people know.
Yeah, pretty much a lot of people know, including Vince's wife, who he says earlier on is basically long gone.
Trigger says, yeah, this is just an aside. With the time frame, feels like this should have got out sooner. Well, what we're going to come to is that she signed that NDA, so she couldn't legally talk about it. But then Vince stopped paying her so that she could. I think that's the gist of why now.
Yeah.
But I expect we'll come to that.
Yeah, we're pretty much. Yeah, that's kind of why it's taken this long to get out. But yeah, it paints a really messed up picture because he makes it sound like, to begin with, oh, don't worry about my wife. She's like, we're pretty much not together. It's all a legal thing, making her believe, oh, it's all, there's nothing there. Then suddenly Linda finds out and everything goes tits up suddenly.
Yeah. Which sort of flies in the face of the on paper only thing he said, doesn't it?
Yeah, so either that or Vince has lied, which I wouldn't put past him. But yeah, if this is all true, then it's very fucked up.
Well, it's not really. Deciding whether or not we think it's true isn't really what we're here to do.
I
we're,
know, I know. I know, but it's just a horrible. It's all horrible. It
it
all
is.
sounds horrible. And the sad part, I don't know what's sicker, the fact that it's not surprising, or the fact that we're just reading it out and the shock value.
I mean, I'm not really. Trigger says, with people that know, something must have been seen sooner. Um, yeah, but you got to remember, until very recently, WWE was a very insular company.
Yeah, well, it's like I said earlier, WWE for a while. It's done a very good job of protecting its own, and they're very big on keeping only people Vince trusts in positions where they know what's going on. Keeping in mind that even other parts of the company don't know what other parts are doing. Like, just because Triple H is, say, working in creative, doesn't mean he knows what's going on at Titan Towers. It's kind of like how they used to own OVW, but the communication between OVW and WWE itself was so fucking poor, they might as well have been two completely different companies for all the lack of communication that was going on. So, but yeah, it sounds like a lot of people knew what was going on, and they just didn't want to. It's possible they just didn't want to cross Vince. I mean, WWE is full of people who, who do things out of loyalty to Vince or something to hopefully secure a position.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Oh, sorry, my headphone cable came out. I can't hear you right now. Please don't say anything to get me in trouble while I'm none the wiser. Okay. Okay. After After the NDA was signed, McMahon, wearing only a white robe, met Miss Grant in his condo to review outstanding business items. As Miss Grant was proceeding to the door to leave, McMahon grabbed her arm before she exited and commanded her to do one last thing and said, "And get on your knees." Oh Lord. As Miss Grant knelt on the hard floor, barely a few feet away from the front door, McMahon opened his robe and ordered her to eat him. McMahon grabbed the back of Miss Grant's head and slammed her face into his crotch a couple of times until she gagged and pushed him away. Telling him to stop, that she couldn't breathe, McMahon responded that she wouldn't get away that easily and held her head as he forced himself back in her mouth until she had no air. Miss Grant tried to push him away, but he held her head firmly in place and loudly commanded her to look up, followed by "Take it, bitch."
Sorry, it kicked me out just as you said one last thing.
Do you need me to repeat it?
Yeah, go on.
Oh God. Okay. As Miss Grant knelt, one last thing, and get on your knees.
Oh God.
This is going exactly where you think it's going. As Miss Grant knelt on the hard floor, barely a few feet away from the front door, McMahon opened his robe and ordered her to eat him. McMahon grabbed the back of Miss Grant's head and slammed her face into his crotch a couple of times until she gagged and pushed him away, telling him to stop and that she couldn't breathe. McMahon responded that she wouldn't get away that easily and held her head as he forced himself back in her mouth until she had no air. Miss Grant tried to push him away, but he held her head firmly in place and loudly commanded her to look up, followed by "Take it, bitch." They momentarily made eye contact before McMahon's force caused Miss Grant's body to convulse and retch, with tears streaming down her face. McMahon then released his hold and closed his robe as he stood up. After leaving, Miss Grant never saw McMahon again. Well, at least it's over. That would not be covered NDA After Act. I mean,
That's still messed up.
yeah. On March 2nd, 2022, while Miss Grant was away on a trip to Florida, McMahon called Miss Grant to advise that it would probably be the last time she would hear from him, and if she needed anything, to contact Corporate Officer 1 or Corporate Officer 2. Over the course of an approximately half-hour call, McMahon lamented both his inability to focus on the upcoming WrestleMania and how his personal life had blown up over the past few weeks. Towards the end of their conversation, McMahon and Miss Grant agreed to resume contact after WrestleMania. He also instructed Miss Grant to continue having sexual relations with other men, including WWE Superstar, in the meantime.
I mean, why at this point? I mean, is she like no longer working for WWE at this?
I mean, he's still kind of got her by the short and curlies because, just because of the reputational damage he could do and all that material of her he's got. I wouldn't be surprised if she just didn't want to cross him.
Well, that's how people like this, survive.
Yeah. On or around March 4th, 2022, WWE Superstar messaged Miss Grant that he was in New York. In line with McMahon's orders, Miss Grant texted WWE Superstar explicit pictures. On March 27th, 2022, WWE Superstar reached out to Miss Grant again. Miss Grant interpreted these back-to-back advances as an indication of McMahon's continued control. On March 30th, 2022, Miss Grant's counsel received a call from McMahon's attorney advising that there had been an anonymous email about the relationship between Miss Grant and McMahon and Laurinaitis. Later, in June and July, stories were published regarding the matter of McMahon's multiple NDAs with various women associated with WWE and others. Miss Grant did not receive another payment under her NDA in February of 2023. Further, despite assurances from McMahon that he would cover her medical care and the costs associated with her tax liability for the $1 million payment, McMahon has refused to cover these costs. McMahon continued to pay for Miss Grant's medical care until April 15th, 2022, when it abruptly ceased. Gifts given to plaintiff during time with WWE in association with McMahon. Okay, I think we're at the end of the story part, but this is just all extraneous detail now. From 2019 until early 2022, McMahon provided Miss Grant with gifts to keep her under McMahon's control. Upon information and belief, the gifts provided to Miss Grant included ones purchased by McMahon and expensed them to WWE. Examples of items received by Miss Grant from McMahon in 2019 included the following: alternative clinic medical care and medical cosmetic services and products, clubhouse access, tickets to the Belmont Stakes, WrestleMania private full-day transportation and premium tickets, a $2,000 Nordstrom gift card, and a massive box of Godiva. Examples of items received by Miss Grant from McMahon in 2020 included the following: $20,000 towards surgery paid directly to a surgeon's office, pearl and diamond pave lariat necklace from Betteridge in Greenwich, Connecticut, blue cashmere knee-length cardigan, Nordstrom, blueberry check cashmere scarf, blue Burberry check cashmere scarf, blue cashmere and fur hat, grey cashmere shawl, sea-line sunglasses, all Nordstrom, cable knit throw blanket, and large bouquets of flowers delivered approximately every other week. Examples of items received by Miss Grant from McMahon in 2021 included the following: 2022 BMW 430XL, a BMW, $5,000 gift certificate at Landfire Spa, 2 private chef-catered dinners at McMahon's condo, gold and diamond pave paperclip necklace from Betteridge in Greenwich, Connecticut, $15,000 Bloomingdale's gift cards, food assortment display and antique tea ceremony set from Saudi Arabia, and large bouquets of flowers delivered approximately every other week. Ms. Grant was a subordinate and vulnerable victim to predators, not a consenting and willing participant. Item 236. Ms. Grant was groomed and coerced by McMahon and Laurinaitis, and the WWE stood by and facilitated her. Oh, this is, I guess the conclusion part of it. Ms. Grant was groomed and coerced by McMahon and Laurinaitis, and the WWE stood by and facilitated efforts to keep Ms. Grant employed by WWE to ensure McMahon's continued sexual exploitation, in addition to what Ms. Grant and her medical providers who examined her following the abuse will testify to. There is ample other evidence of Ms. Grant's mental state and her attempts to avoid the unfortunate circumstances she found herself in. In January of 2021, Ms. Grant sent a message to resident manager stating that she... Gotta go, lads. Good luck. Alright, Trig. Thanks for sticking around as long as you did.
Yeah.
I think we needed some of the humour for this. But
we did. Trig's just the perfect guy to do so.
Yeah. In saying that she was miserable at WWE, I don't say it to Vince, but as grateful as I am for my job and my salary, I actually am miserable. Mismanaged all the time. They admit they don't know what to do with me. Nobody gave a fuck when I was harassed and retaliated against, to the point my reputation was questioned and my work was taken away. As further alleged through this complaint, Miss Grant was frequently referred to as McMahon's bitch. On multiple occasions, Miss Grant objected to this treatment. As alleged herein, before Miss Grant was being routinely directed by McMahon to engage in sexual contact with other men, Miss Grant had expressed her apprehension about McMahon's fantasy, text manifesting, and graduating into reality. Further, at nearly all relevant times, Miss Grant was an employee of the WWE and could reasonably expect at a minimum to lose her position if she did not comply with the wishes of McMahon. I mean, that's still coercion, even if he didn't explicitly threaten to fire her.
Yeah.
McMahon controlled WWE during Miss Grant's employment, and the company knew, but did nothing about, McMahon's exploitation of Miss Grant. As detailed herein, WWE knew of McMahon's illegal conduct and did nothing to stop it. This is self-evident from the numerous executive level and board members who were privy to McMahon's involvement with Miss Grant, as well as his prior incidents involving sexual misconduct. For instance, in or around March 2021, Miss Grant introduced herself to WWE Corporate Officer 1 when they passed one another in the hallway. Officer 1 responded by telling Miss Grant that WWE Corporate Officer 1 knew exactly who she was. Corporate Officer 1 maintained an office suite on the executive 4th floor and WWE's company headquarters at 1241 East Main Street. Meanwhile, Ms. Grant's cubicle in the company's legal department was in a different building, 1266 East Main, and across the street from WWE Corporate Officer Number 1's office. Ms. Grant had no physical presence at 1241 East Main Street until the beginning of February 2021, when she began to report to an attorney who kept an office in both buildings. Given that WWE Corporate Officer 1, a very high-ranking WWE officer, and Ms. Grant was an entry-level coordinator in the legal department, it is unusual that WWE Corporate Officer 1 would know who Ms. Grant was at all at that point, except WWE Corporate Officer 1 knew of Ms. Grant at least in part by hearing about the ongoing exploitation of her by McMahon. Following Ms. Grant's messages to McMahon on March 9th, 2021, McMahon summoned Ms. Grant to his condo that evening for a conversation during which McMahon confirmed that Officer 1 indeed knew exactly who she was, as McMahon had met privately with Officer 1 and Officer 2 and advised these individuals of McMahon's connection to Ms. Grant. Mr. McMahon continued this conversation by detailing to Ms. Grant that they had expressed concern but were ultimately supportive. McMahon also advised Ms. Grant that one or both of WWE Corporate Officer 1 and 2 inquired whether Ms. Grant could be trusted, and that McMahon offered assurances that Ms. Grant would not do something to hurt the WWE. Knowledge on the part of WWE is further illustrated by the multiple meetings Ms. Grant had about initial hiring and subsequent position changes, including a number of such meetings with WWE Corporate Officer 2 and a voice memo McMahon sent Ms. Grant the following morning on March 10th mentioning the names of both WWE Corporate Officer 1 and 2 in connection with the new role. It's unusual for the executive chairman and CEO to name drop two of the company's highest ranking officers in connection with a coordinator's first job promotion, especially as there are human resources partners assigned to each department. So, if you're not getting it, the gist of that is corporate officers 1 and 2 are very high up in the company. They would not have needed to know who she was unless Vince saw fit to tell them, and they did. So people knew about it. That's what this is attempting to establish. We're at item 248. I think we're about 3/4 there. It's been a night, hasn't it?
It really has. It is really messed up. It's a really fucked up situation, really.
Yeah. Corporate Officer 4 was a high-ranking legal department employee at WWE until around November 2020. Upon information and belief, WWE Corporate Officer Number 4 was terminated or asked to resign from WWE from his post at WWE. McMahon expressed to Ms. Grant that Officer 4, while still employed, knew or highly suspected that a sexual relationship existed between McMahon and Ms. Grant. Upon information and belief, Corporate Officer 4 articulated that his knowledge and or suspicion, their knowledge and or suspicion to at least one other executive. Knowledge on the part of WWE is further illustrated by the fact that Miss Grant's presence became more visible over time, including during executive committee meetings, which were attended by individuals who had either direct knowledge of McMahon's sexual exploitation of Miss Grant or were otherwise suspicious. Given Miss Grant's length of employment and job title, it was an abnormal sign of different and special treatment for her to attend such meetings. Yeah, people, if you didn't get the gist of that, it's people would have suspected at least because she was privy to meetings that a new hire wouldn't be normally. So, that's a bit of a giveaway, I think is what that means. Especially when the executive head of the department, Laurinaitis, was in attendance as well. 250. Homestretch. Notably, Miss Grant inquired with both WWE Corporate Officer 1 and 2 about whether it was appropriate for her to attend these meetings. Additionally, Officer 3, another high-ranking WWE official and member of the board of directors at the time of Miss Grant's employment, motioned for Miss Grant to sit in a chair near Officer 3 in the boardroom table during one of the meetings. Upon information and belief, Corporate Officer 3 knew of other instances of McMahon engaging in inappropriate sexual conduct. Upon information and belief, numerous other independent contractors, employees, as well as executives and or board members within WWE knew of or suspected McMahon's misconduct involving Miss Grant, including by being shown explicit photos of Miss Grant by McMahon. I mean, yeah, by his own admission, he did that. I haven't seen all of the texts, but there's probably one of them.
Wouldn't put it past him.
McMahon directed a single attorney to negotiate the NDA on behalf of WWE and McMahon, both parties to the agreement. McMahon's abuse of Miss Grant did not come as a surprise to anyone at WWE because he'd faced numerous prior accusations of sexual misconduct, including in 1994, former WWE referee Rita Chatterone alleged that McMahon had raped her after luring her into a limousine to discuss her career. She recounted it for New York Magazine. I was forced into oral sex with Vince McMahon. When I couldn't complete his desires, he got really angry and started ripping off my jeans, pulled me on top of him, and told me again that if I wanted a $500,000 a year contract, I had to satisfy him. He could make me or break me, and if I didn't satisfy him, I was blackballed. That was it. I was done. In February 2006, the Palm Beach Post reported that McMahon had shown nude pictures of himself to a tanning booth attendant at Tanza Bar in Boca Raton, Florida, and subsequently made unwelcome advances and finally cornered her in a tanning booth and groped her to C. A former spa manager at a California resort accused McMahon of assault at the resort in 2011. To further illustrate knowledge of the culture of sexual misconduct at WWE, top-level executives not only failed to properly investigate abuse, but also compounded Miss Grant's suffering by making public statements that trivialized the harm perpetrated upon her. These are just a few examples as to how the WWE and its most senior officials knew about and fostered a culture where the venture of harassment and sexual exploitation of women was tolerated to further the business and financial interests of WWE. Given, among other things, the history of misconduct involving other women, the notice provided by McMahon to senior leadership at WWE rumors about the relationship with WWE headquarters, the widespread sharing of Miss Grant's pictures, including her face, to those inside the company by McMahon, the atypical hiring of Miss Grant and the atypical advancement of Miss Grant within WWE. WWE clearly knew of McMahon's misconduct involving Miss Grant and or recklessly disregarded facts available to them. The circumstances surrounding the NDA, its invalidity, and McMahon and WWE's disregard for the NDA. As detailed herein, the NDA signed by Miss Grant, McMahon, and WWE was entered into through coercive tactics, and it is legally unenforceable pursuant to federal statute and common law. Exhibit A, attached here too, is a true and accurate copy of the NDA. The NDA violates the Speaks Out Act and is thus unenforceable. The NDA is also void and unenforceable because of the confidentiality term. A core term is overly broad on its face. As written, it would prevent Miss Grant from saying anything to anyone about WWE or her employment there, which of course she would need to do to apply for a job, for example, let alone exposing McMahon and others' sexual assaults and abuse of Miss Grant. The NDAs that McMahon has used to silence other women may be equally unenforceable if the same language was used. Miss Grant was, moreover, coerced into signing the NDA merely 8 days after she first spoke to an attorney whom McMahon initially approved of and then cautioned Miss Grant against trusting, before she was railroaded into rejecting all of her own attorney's comments. This occurred because of relentless pressure, including implicit and explicit threats by McMahon. Yeah, if this is true, then that NDA is not enforceable, because if you can prove that a contract was signed under duress, I don't think it counts. Like, within reason. Basically, promises extracted at gunpoint aren't exactly binding.
Yeah.
The NDA did not even include basic terms she was promised by McMahon, including that he would pay for her lawyers, medical care, and taxes. Regardless, even if it were enforceable, McMahon has breached a core term of the NDA. He paid $1 million but failed to make any further payments, including the installment of $500,000 that was to be paid within 10 days of February 1st, 2023, under Section VB of the agreement. Furthermore, circumstances have changed in that Miss Grant's name has now been publicly released, through no fault of her own, which impacts employment prospects and has led to further trauma and humiliation. Section VI 6. Miss Grant's life after this abuse and resulting damages. As detailed herein, Miss Grant was exploited during her time of employment with WWE and was subjected to countless depraved and humiliating acts, which has led to severe and permanent trauma. She has been further traumatized by having to relive these experiences when giving evidence to the government in connection with their investigations of WWE. Indeed, Miss Grant's trauma and ongoing fears of additional retaliation was so severe that she required extended inpatient treatment. Today, she lives with so much anxiety and depression that she is unable to leave her residence for weeks at a time out of fear and PTSD. Due to this trauma and inability to leave her home, Miss Grant was terminated from employment on January 27, 2023, where she lost not only her dream job of managing her building, but the only job she could procure without the need for any references. Miss Grant's lost income is $80,000 per year. The severe restrictions of the NDA have created a wedge in all of Miss Grant's relationships and left her in a perpetual state of isolation, as her family has passed away and she cannot and does not lean on the support of the community due to the NDA's restrictions. Further, Miss Grant has experienced weight loss, insomnia, rashes, flashbacks to her exploitation, nightmares, panic attacks, and depression. Miss Grant will go days without brushing her teeth, taking a shower, or washing her clothes. On many days, she doesn't leave her bed. Miss Grant will prove at trial that she will need lifelong treatment because of the pain and suffering inflicted upon her by defendants. Okay, and now we're on to causes of action. But yeah, your thoughts on that last bit, dude?
Well, it's clear that it again.
Like sorry, I'm just gonna say, I'm particularly sympathetic to the whole panic attack thing because I've had them and I haven't experienced anything close to this level of trauma.
I've never been at the point where I couldn't leave my house.
I have only once, but
I've only gotten to the point where I don't want to leave a very small area where I feel safe.
Yeah.
But I've never gotten to the point where just going through the front door is too much.
Yeah. And you know what? I use a wheelchair, as you well know. that panic attack where I couldn't leave the house was far more debilitating than that ever was. So, like, any questions as to why she didn't say something before, it's quite simple. She wouldn't have felt able to. Like, sometimes your
It's
mental
just
health
not
just
that.
doesn't allow you
Sometimes,
to.
yeah, sometimes it's just not as simple. Not as simple as people think it is.
Yeah. Uh, yeah. Okay, so causes of action. Count one. Declaratory relief NDA voided. Oh, I think this is what they're asking for.
Okay.
Declaratory relief NDA voided under Speak Out Act 42 USC 19401 et sec against McMahon and WWE. Plaintiff incorporates paragraphs 1 through 270 as if fully stated herein. The NDA attached as Exhibit A was entered into on January 28th, 2022. The Speak Out Act was enacted on December 7th, 2022, and applies with respect to a claim that is filed under federal, state, or tribal law on or after December 7th, 2022. The Speak Out Act defines a sexual assault dispute as a dispute involving a non-consensual sexual act or sexual contact, as such terms are defined in Section 2246 of the Title 18 or similar applicable tribal or state law, including when the victim lacks capacity to consent. And a sexual harassment dispute as a dispute relating to conduct that is alleged to constitute sexual harassment under applicable federal, tribal, or state law. The Speak Out Act provides that with respect to sexual assault dispute or sexual harassment dispute, no non-disclosure clause or non-disparagement clause agreed to before the dispute arises shall be judicially unenforceable in instances in which conduct is alleged to have violated federal, tribal, or state law. Basically, I think what that means is if the actions within your NDA are illegal, it doesn't count. The allegations herein include sexual harassment and assault. Well, specifically when it as it relates to sex crimes, there's no NDAs don't cover that. Is I think what's being stated here. Because of the claims and there's also the fact that she was clearly coerced into it with immense psychological pressure and not enough time to properly assess her options. Like,
Oh yeah, yeah. It definitely sounds like she was, manipulated pretty badly
yeah,
into this, and was made specifically so she couldn't fight back.
yeah. The allegations herein include includes sexual harassment and assault as defined by the Speak Out Act, and the NDA seeks to bar the claims brought herein. Because the claims themselves constitute the dispute as of the date of this complaint filing, then, pursuant to the Speak Out Act, the core term of the NDA, and thus the NDA itself, is judicially unenforceable, and plaintiff is entitled to declaratory judgment. Count 2. Declaratory relief. NDA voided under common law against McMahon and WWE. Plaintiff incorporates paragraphs with blah, blah, blah. The NDA appearing at Exhibit A is void and unenforceable pursuant to Connecticut common law for at least 5 reasons. First, the scope of the NDA, including the confidentiality provision, is impermissibly broad. It provides Ms. Grant will not disclose, discuss, or reveal any claims against or information about McMahon, her relationship with McMahon, WWE, or any employees or the dependent or independent contractors of WWE to third parties on social media in any public forum or to any member of the media. Emphasis added. Read literally, this would prevent her from disclosing the mere fact she worked for WWE in an interview on her resume. Further, confidential information was not defined and thus is overbroad. Particularly in light of the information that has since become public knowledge, there cannot have been a meeting of the minds on the overly broad confidentiality provision. Yeah, that's one thing I do know about contract law is you have to be specific. Like you have to be specific, and you have to be sure that the signer understands what they're agreeing to. That's what meeting of the minds means, and what they're saying here is that that simply did not happen.
Well, no. They kept changing the terms of the deal.
Second, the NDA is invalid in that Miss Grant entered into the contract under duress and undue influence. Well, we've just covered that, as detailed herein. There was a drastic power difference and economic disparity. Miss Grant, who had never held a paying office job in her life due to caretaking for her parents, was up against McMahon and WWE, titans of the wrestling and entertainment worlds. The emotional and mental abuse and trauma endured by Miss Grant further compounded this disparity, such that Miss Grant felt she did not have any real say or choice in the matter. McMahon also exerted relentless pressure on Miss Grant, as but one example. McMahon left her an extensive voice memo shortly before the NDA was signed, wherein he emphasized the public nature of the WWE and the consequences that could result if the NDA was not signed before an audit committee convened. Third, the NDA is a contract of adhesion. There was no meaningful choice for Miss Grant. Proposed revisions by Miss Grant's attorney were consistently and ultimately rejected by McMahon's attorney, and during that time McMahon was pressuring Miss Grant to sign the agreement. Fourth, the NDA is substantially unconscionable in that it is clearly one-sided. For example, the non-disparagement provision only applies to Miss Grant and not McMahon or the WWE. Further, although she was slated to receive $1 million and $2 million in installments of $500,000 over the years, Miss Grant also gave up her job at WWE as a result of this agreement. Plaintiff's compensation is also out of line with what similarly situated individuals have received. The agreement is even more one-sided with respect to WWE because only McMahon is responsible for payments. The WWE's only obligations are not to sue Miss Grant. The WWE's only obligations are not to sue Miss Grant and to write a favourable letter of recommendation to a future employer upon request. Notably, however, per the terms of the NDA, that letter would come from now fired, disgraced former employee defendant Laurinaitis, who raped and sexually assaulted Miss Grant. Fifth, the NDA is void. As against public policy, the NDA purports to silence a victim of unlawful sexual abuse and prevent her from taking steps to protect other women at WWE. The policies at issue include those that were the impetus for the Speaks Out Act. Under Connecticut law, courts will not blue pencil contracts where the unreasonable provision forms the heart of an agreement, such as here, where the non-disclosure provision forms the heart of the contract. Thus, the entirety of the NDA must be deemed void and unenforceable, even if the confidentiality term were the only invalid term. It is not. The NDA has, in any event, been breached by McMahon and the WWE in that Ms. Grant did not receive a second payment of $500,000 within 10 days of February 1st, 2023. So even if it was legally enforceable, Vince broke it. Count 3. Violation of TVPA 18 U.S.C. 1591, 1591, 1595 against McMahon and Laurinaitis. Sorry, dude, we're nearly there.
I know.
How you holding up?
I'm okay. Or I will be.
Just processing everything, I expect.
It is a lot to take in.
Yeah.
But
we don't.
Part of me is just like, I just want it to be one of those situations where, Vince actually faces the consequences of, his actions.
Yeah, same. Plaintiff incorporates paragraphs 1. At all times relevant, McMahon was engaged in travel throughout the United States for purposes of conducting business in his position with the WWE. McMahon communicated with plaintiff while traveling across the country and internationally to recruit, entice, obtain, provide, maintain, and/or solicit plaintiff for purposes of engaging in sexual acts. He also flew others and or caused others to travel to Connecticut, including Laurinaitis and WWE superstar, from out of state for the purpose of sexually exploiting Miss Grant. At all times relevant, McMahon and Laurinaitis recruited, enticed, obtained, provided, maintained, supervised, or otherwise solicited Miss Grant to engage in sexual conduct with the assurance that plaintiff would be given a position at WWE, job security within WWE, and advancement within the WWE. At all times relevant, McMahon and Laurinaitis knew that they would use fraud or coercion, as they had done to other women in the past, on plaintiff for sexual encounters. McMahon and Laurinaitis offered job placement and security, as well as numerous gifts and special treatment and assurances of personal protections, i.e. McMahon's financial protection, reputational protection, and medical care, and promised these would continue if plaintiff remained loyal and obedient by engaging in the sex acts described herein. McMahon and Laurinaitis were well aware that a job at WWE and advancement and protections outlined above were of significant value to plaintiff and used that against her. As a result, McMahon and Laurinaitis were able to force, defraud, or coerce Miss Grant into continued sexual activity because of promises of job placement, job security, and advancement within WWE and personal protections outlined above. McMahon knew that plaintiff's position would ultimately be temporary, as numerous other women had been employed by WWE only to be dismissed with NDAs and releases. At all times relevant, plaintiff... So basically that means Vince McMahon knew this would happen because he's done it before and that's what he does.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. At all times relevant, plaintiff was subjected to coercion in that a scheme, plan, or pattern was in place that was designed to cause plaintiff to believe that failure to perform sexual acts, as alleged herein, would result in serious harm, including but not limited to financial harm, reputational harm, invasion of privacy, loss of control over her image, losing her job with WWE, termination from subsequent employment, and or loss of career trajectory. At all times relevant, McMahon sought to exploit plaintiff's vulnerabilities in that he knew she had been through past trauma, grief, and had been unable to find employment prior to joining WWE. At all times relevant, McMahon and Laurinaitis held positions of power over Miss Grant, controlled her continued employment with WWE, and pressured her to engage in sex acts. Count 4. Participating in venture in violation of TVPA. Plaintiff incorporates that... we are very nearly done. Plaintiff incorporates paragraphs 1 through 296 as fully stated herein. WWE knowingly participated in the trafficking described above in violation of 18 U.S.C. 1595 by benefiting from and knowingly facilitating the venture in which McMahon traveled for WWE affairs across the United States and recruited or enticed females such as plaintiff into coerced sexual encounters on the promise of employment with WWE, job security, and advancement. WWE knew or recklessly disregarded that it was the practice of McMahon to entice, recruit, force, and or coerce women into sexual acts based on the promise of a new life, a job, an income, job security, and advancement within the WWE. Including with respect to plaintiff. Alternatively, WWE reasonably should have known of these facts under the circumstances and is subject to liability pursuant of civil remedy positions of TVPA. Basically, there's no way they didn't know about it, and if they didn't, that's still not an excuse because they definitely should have with how blatant it was.
Yeah, they should.
Yeah. That's what that paragraph ultimately means. I don't blame you if you're not following with the legalese I'm reading. Yeah.
It's just...
As detailed herein, WWE employees, executives, and board members were aware of McMahon's exploits involving plaintiff. Some were told, some were shown exploitative pictures, some witnessed unusual and or overtly sexual behaviours by McMahon and or Laurinaitis, and others could not help but hear what was going on through the walls at WWE headquarters. As detailed herein, WWE has been privy to multiple allegations against McMahon involving those similar in nature, as alleged herein, prior to plaintiff's employment with WWE. Despite this knowledge, WWE continued to facilitate and or supervise McMahon's wishes of hiring and or advancing plaintiff within the company. As detailed herein, McMahon showed numerous WWE employees sexually explicit photographs and/or videos from Miss Grant, which demonstrates the knowledge of those specific employees and constructive evidence that other employees would have learned of this. Upon information and belief, other WWE employees benefited financially in helping to assist, support, and facilitate the commercial sex acts of McMahon, in that WWE's culture revolved around trust relationships, increased status with McMahon, and prioritizing the protection of the company. For instance, both WWE Corporate Officer 1 and 2 continued to assist in maintaining a position at WWE, as well as the advancement opportunities for Miss Grant after being told of McMahon's relations with her. Upon further information and belief, other employees were forced to resign or were let go if they knew of McMahon's exploits and failed to assist, support, and/or facilitate them, such as former WWE employee Corporate Officer 4, 305. WWE benefited financially from the commercial sex act venture orchestrated by McMahon, including by having wrestling talent such as WWE superstars sign new contracts with WWE after McMahon presented plaintiff as a sexual commodity for their use. I mean, yeah, that is a valid point. If this is the reason they signed a big star, then any money they made from that big star being signed, it's dirty money.
Very dirty money.
Count 5, negligence against WWE. Plaintiff incorporates paragraphs 1 through 305 as if fully stated herein. WWE has a responsibility and duty as an employer to ensure the safety, protection, and well-being of its employees. Notwithstanding its responsibility and duties, WWE knew or recklessly disregarded that it was the practice of McMahon and Laurinaitis to entice, recruit, force, and/or coerce women into sexual acts based on the promise of higher job security and advancement within the WWE, including with respect to plaintiff. Alternatively, WWE reasonably should have known of these facts under the circumstances. Again, this was known or it should have been. Yeah. WWE did nothing to prevent McMahon and Laurinaitis' conduct or prevent employees like Miss Grant from it, or protect employees like Miss Grant from it, and took no appropriate actions against the risk of harm. As a result of WWE's negligence, Miss Grant had suffered damages in the form of the harmful or offensive contact herein described, and the same caused pain and injury to plaintiff, as well as mental and emotional trauma that is permanent in nature as described herein. Ms. Grant's injuries and damages were caused by the negligence of WWE, its employees and agents, for whose negligence WWE is liable in the following ways. WWE, by commission and omission, allowed and tolerated sexual assault and humiliation, and fostered a culture in which such acts would be tolerated. WWE, by commission and omission, retained McMahon and Laurinaitis despite actual and/or constructive knowledge of their propensity to entice, recruit, force, and/or coerce women into sexual acts based on the promise of higher job security and advancement within WWE. And C, WWE failed to warn Miss Grant of the risk of harm for which she was subjected while employed. Okay, that second one is a little trickier because, Vince was in complete control of the company at the time. Who was going to get him out?
Look, ousting Triple Vince McMahon was for a very long time next to impossible.
Yeah, and he knew it, unfortunately.
Well, again, this is just
it seems that way.
Well, it did because he had a ridiculous amount of power and mainly voting power. Hence, why
he was a majority shareholder.
Exactly. What were they going to do exactly?
Yeah.
They couldn't vote him out.
They couldn't even stop him coming back when he did get out.
Exactly.
Yeah. WWE owed Miss Grant a duty of care. It breached that duty. Its breach caused Miss Grant to suffer the acts, injuries, and damages described in this complaint. Count 6. Civil battery against McMahon and WWE. Okay. Okay, we have got a bit to go. Plaintiff incorporates paragraphs 1 through 32. As alleged herein, plaintiff was subjected to numerous instances of civil battery after meeting Laurinaitis on numerous occasions. He pressed her to perform oral sex for him on demand, including in his office, within company headquarters, and even in the middle of a workday, while colleagues were busy at their desks. During a June 15th, 2021 encounter with McMahon and Laurinaitis in the latter's office, Laurinaitis shoved his tongue in Miss Grant's mouth after she had pleaded to stop the whole encounter, then unzipped his pants and shoved his penis into plaintiff's mouth. In all such instances of battery perpetrated by Laurinaitis, he intended to engage in the harmful and offensive contact herein described and complained of by the plaintiff. As a direct and proximate result of the following, Miss Grant experienced damages in the form of the harmful or offensive contact herein described, and the same caused pain and injury to plaintiff, as well as permanent psychological and emotional trauma. In all such instances, Laurinaitis' conduct was malicious in that he sought to degrade, humiliate, and objectify plaintiff for his own gratification. WWE is vicariously liable for the acts of Laurinaitis described above. Plaintiff incorporates... Count 8. International or negligent infliction of emotional distress against McMahon and WWE. As detailed herein, McMahon intended to inflict emotional distress, or knew or should have known that emotional distress would result from his conduct.
Well, that's kind of obvious.
Yeah. McMahon's conduct was extreme and outrageous. Examples include... Okay, brace yourself. McMahon sexually assaulted Miss Grant on numerous occasions. He was aggressive during the I'll read through this as fast as I can so we don't dwell on it. He was aggressive during if my voice will let me. It's been a bit... He was aggressive during sexual encounters with Miss Grant to the point of causing her pain, including during encounters she tried to stop. McMahon objectified and trafficked Miss Grant. He demanded that Miss Grant engage in threesomes with other men and that she send explicit photographs for him to share with other men, despite Miss Grant on multiple occasions explaining that she was hesitant to obeying, and all while McMahon controlled Miss Grant's job security. McMahon regularly humiliated and degraded Miss Grant. As one example, McMahon defecated on Miss Grant and directed her to continue sexually performing while covered in his fecal matter. McMahon created an environment of fear and secrecy by warning Miss Grant of the grave consequences of not being discreet about their sexual encounters, while at the same time sharing explicit photographs of her with others inside and outside the company, and directing her to sexually service other WWE-affiliated individuals. McMahon sent perverted messages to Miss Grant that involved the latter being subjected to sexual scenarios involving extreme pain and humiliation, including during instances when Miss Grant clearly attempted to avoid a text message exchange that was sexually charged. McMahon would push back, question the plaintiff, and or become cold or distant if Miss Grant pushed back or ignored his sexually charged messages. McMahon promised other men that the plaintiff would do anything they desired and provided the plaintiff's personal cell number without her permission for the purpose of her performing and or providing humiliating sexual acts, such as exploitative pictures and videos, including one of her urinating. McMahon ordered Miss Grant to report all such exchanges to him. As described herein, McMahon's conduct caused plaintiff's emotional distress, including in that her distress would result from manipulative or coercive controlling conduct engaged in by McMahon. Further, plaintiff resulting emotional distress includes flashbacks and bouts of PTSD brought on by the conduct engaged in by McMahon. As described herein, plaintiff's emotional distress is severe, long-lasting, and permanent, in that, for example, she has needed inpatient and outpatient care following her separation from WWE, and that she continues to be impacted with distress and resulting adverse consequences and diminished quality of life in her day-to-day life. I mean, yeah, you don't just walk away from something like this.
I don't know how we're gonna just walk away from
Yeah,
just reading. So I can only imagine how
yeah,
horrified she feels.
yeah, absolutely.
But
McMahon's,
that's the point here, is that we can't possibly understand how fucked she feels right now
yeah,
mentally.
McMahon's conduct was malicious in nature in that he sought to degrade, humiliate, and objectify plaintiff for his own gratification throughout her employment with WWE. WWE is vicariously liable for the conduct of McMahon described above. Count 9, and I think this might be the last one. It is intentional or negligent infliction of emotional distress against Laurinaitis and WWE. Plaintiff incorporates all previous paragraphs as if fully stated herein. As detailed herein, Laurinaitis intended to inflict emotional distress, or knew or should have known that emotional distress was the likely result of his conduct. Laurinaitis' conduct was extreme and outrageous, and examples of this include the following: treated Miss Grant as a sexual object over which he had been given complete control by McMahon, and forced Miss Grant to sexually service him on demand, including in his office at WWE headquarters, forced Miss Grant to walk to his hotel on certain mornings to serve herself to him as breakfast, a euphemism for sexual service, engaged in aggressive sexual encounters with Miss Grant and McMahon, including a sexual assault in a WWE conference room where he inserted his penis into Miss Grant's mouth despite her protest. Despite being plaintiff's direct supervisor at WWE, Laurinaitis would almost always conduct himself in a way that was overtly sexual and objectified plaintiff, including by asking for explicit photographs and sexual encounters at WWE headquarters. As described herein, Laurinaitis' conduct was the cause of plaintiff's emotional distress, including in that her distress would result from unwanted conduct engaged in by Laurinaitis, who was also her boss. Further, plaintiff's resulting emotional distress includes flashbacks and bouts of PTSD brought on by the conduct engaged in by Laurinaitis. And as described herein, plaintiff's emotional distress is severe, long-lasting, and permanent in that, for example, she has needed inpatient and outpatient care following her separation from WWE, and that it continues to be impacted with distress and resulting adverse consequences and diminished her quality of life in her day-to-day life. And the final paragraph: WWE is vicariously liable for the acts of Laurinaitis described above, wherefore plaintiff respectfully requests a declaratory judgment that the NDA is void and unenforceable and does not bar any of plaintiff's claims against defendants McMahon and WWE, judgment for compensatory damages, reasonable attorneys' fees, costs, and punitive damages against defendants pursuant to 18 U.S.C. 509 and other applicable laws, and such other and further relief as the court deems just and proper, respectfully submitted this 25th day of January 2024 by Robson and Cole LLP, and there's a bunch of lawyers' signatures. And then WrestleTalk included a link below. If you have been affected by any of the subjects mentioned above, information on where you can find support can be found at this link. I'll link the argument in the description for the YouTube one other time. But yeah, that's the full lawsuit in its full and proper context.
I mean, we knew what we were getting into.
Yeah.
It's seeing Vince in a different light, a worse light.
Or at least in a more extreme version of the light we already saw him in.
Look, honestly, we've known for years how bad Vince's inner group is.
Well,
It's just
the stories have existed, you
the
should say.
stories have existed, but just hearing this, there's just so much. There's just so much here.
I mean, my thesis wasn't this long.
I know, but this is like, and keep in mind, this is only a 3 year, three almost 4 years
Yeah,
of dealing with it. Like, again, Vince has run the company since the 80s.
yeah. I mean, he would have had many opportunities. Yeah,
It definitely would reconfirms like the breaking of, his relationship. Because funny enough, right after this came out, Shane McMahon actually started making comments.
really.
Apparently, according to Shane, his father would brag about it, and he would actually try and invite Shane to get involved,
Right.
which Shane constantly rejected. And one of the reasons he stayed distant from Vince, well, like, you've no, people have speculated that the reason that Shane has stayed so distant from the WWE is because he was never going to get the company. That it was always going to go to Stephanie and Triple H. So he's been off trying to do his own thing.
Right.
But he said that one of the reasons he tried to stay because he did not want to be involved with Vince at all because of this.
Yeah. Obviously, we can neither confirm nor I can
Well,
neither confirm nor deny what Sam is saying, but
no, but again, it would explain quite a few things. Like, Vince has seemed very distant with the rest of his family. I mean, when Stephanie did
you
take
know,
over there,
I'm gonna take a bit of a break from the mealy mouthed, please don't sue us shit. A a person, an employee, has brought all this in public before a court of law against a billionaire. Like, you don't do that for spurious reasons. Like, obviously, I can't say who is or isn't, how much of this is true legally, but, you know,
it's a big deal.
yeah,
Like, when you look at the wrestling world, even if you don't, you're like, okay, Vince is no longer in control. Is no longer in control anyway. That does not change the fact that this is a big deal because Vince has been a big part of it. And not only that, you can understand why TKO is very quick to try and distance themselves from him.
yeah, I do not blame them for, like,
Now Vince is denying
terminating
everything.
with prejudice anyone who was anywhere near this.
Now I want to point out again for people, Vince was not terminated. Vince stepped down of his own volition.
Um,
Like,
I'm
Vince quit all of his positions in WWE voluntarily after this came out, though he is denying everything.
yeah, I've seen his statement
That
that basically
that
just says
said,
it's lies.
that said, that's a smart choice to do because T- you've got to think that if he didn't do it, then TKO would have done it, and it would have actually looked worse.
Yeah,
Because he does not have the control in WWE he once had, especially when it comes to voting power.
and
He cannot just vote himself back in again.
did you not once say to me that specifically um he had a clause in his contract that he couldn't bring any more attention like this to the company?
I had heard somewhere that he's one of the new conditions of his thing was that he couldn't bring any more of these problems to the company. Like, if one of these things came out, that was it.
Yeah,
Is something I have definitely heard here and there,
yeah,
but I cannot confirm or deny this is what it was because I have not ever seen Vince's contract with TKO. I just know that he lost a lot more power than I'm sure he's comfortable with losing.
Yeah,
And this isn't and while he does have like one or two people there in WWE at the moment, the rumor is that TKO are planning a massive clean out of
yeah.
Vince's guys backstage to get rid of his loyalists. Now, this could literally, because Kevin Dunn's gone.
Yeah. I
I
mean,
think Bruce I think Bruce is still there,
I
and
mean,
I don't
Ronda
know what.
Rousey. I mean, she did this publicly, so we can say it. Ronda Rousey tweeted that Bruce Pritchard is basically Vince's avatar, and as long as he's there, Vince is effectively still in some measure of control. Those are Ronda Rousey's words on Twitter.
That I can certainly believe. That being said, how long for though? Because Kevin Dunn was basically the big we cannot get rid of this guy no matter how hard we try kind of
Yeah. No, I
like.
expect Ari Emanuel and TKO to go scorched earth on this shit.
Well, they're gonna have to,
Yeah.
because another big thing they've got to do is they've got they've got to make a big thing here now. This has gone public, so you know the public is not going to side with Vince at all,
No.
because no matter, even if he's innocent, people are going to believe this because it's not unbelievable that
People are
Vince has.
going to believe this because we would believe it of what we know of the man.
Yeah. So, the court of public opinion has already found him guilty.
I don't know, you'd be surprised how many people will bend over backwards to defend even proven sex pests.
I know, but it's Vince McMahon, and I think Vince McMahon is in a very weird classification of his own.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying about some people will just defend anything, but Vince is in a weird thing where him being seen as a sexual deviant, you could easily just point to literally anything of WWE in the past few years.
A lot of his
And
creative output doesn't help his case, I think is what you're saying.
that's what I'm trying to say is that
Yeah.
his treatment of female talent in general is, I mean, it was also a problem. I mean, it was a problem during the Attitude Era in general.
Yeah.
That was just, how they treated women.
Yep. I mean, it's been the way they've treated women has been a lot more respectful in recent years, but it was still embarrassingly recent that it was, well,
Well,
embarrassing.
to be honest, the problem with with how women with wrestlers were treated was a problem going long quite a bit before Vince got in.
Yeah, it was
Funnily enough,
kind of a
it was
po- uh,
it was kind of the culture.
yeah, certain attitudes in wrestling
Well,
persisted longer than they
and
should have.
not just from the men. It was actually some of the, like, one or two particular women at the time wanted to keep it that way.
Yeah.
Allegedly. Again, there's no proof of this, and quite frankly, the person who is blamed a lot isn't around to defend themselves, so it's not really a fair accusation to make. But women's wrestling has taken a long time to get to where it is now, and a lot of Vince's creativity, along with the people he hired to write this stuff, had certain very low views. And, well, I don't need to say anything other than just look at Sonny and Sable in the Attitude Era, and you've got a good idea of how Vince and others viewed women. And it's not something we look back on in, a positive light.
No.
That
Um.
said, the way Vince positioned himself, especially making out with Trish Stratus, or that whole thing with Candice Michelle, or the whole lawsuit with Sable,
Yeah.
everything like, and it wasn't just him, it was Kevin Dunn, it was Vince Russo, that's just the mindset that was there. But Vince's history, when it comes to these things, does not do him any favors.
Yeah. Now I
I
wa-
don't. I don't see him coming back from this either. Like, I don't see him coming back to WWE after this
Nor
at
do I.
all.
Nor do I. I wanted to do this because while this has been widely covered, I didn't see exactly this anywhere. Just the full lawsuit as it is written in its full and proper context. And I kind of think it's important that that should be out there. So even though this was like, bloody hell, a near 4 hour stream of just me reading an article, um,
That doesn't.
yeah,
I don't think that diminishes its importance. I
yeah,
agree with you. I think it's an important thing because a lot of what we're getting at the moment is Vince me through short
yeah.
burst videos of, oh yes, Vince McMahon's had this, and there's certain allegations, but we can't bring ourselves to read it, and you can see why they can't bring themselves to read it in the video. It's a lot to
It
deal with.
it was a very
It
long and very difficult read.
it is a difficult read, and the thing is, you go into it you thinking you know what to expect, and it just gets worse and worse
Yeah,
because you're not looking at this as, for me, especially throughout the middle part of this, it was no longer, it was getting harder and harder to picture the caricature of Mr. McMahon we're used to seeing.
yeah.
Like, somehow Vince McMahon has become a bigger heel than,
Vince McMahon, the character.
than Mr. McMahon, the character.
Yeah.
Like, there is a huge. It's somehow worse.
Uh,
And if this goes through, I hope this is taken as seriously as it needs to be. As again, I think TKO has to be given a lot of credit here for dealing with it as well as they did. Credit to Vince for having the awareness to step down and not fight this. I mean, again, that little last time he was accused of anything, he literally appeared on SmackDown, and it went
and
with these things
yeah,
and did like a marathon.
that
Whole
weird then now forever promo.
Yeah, and then did the whole marathon thing and all the other stuff that has aged extremely poorly.
Yeah, I would. I mean, this is just me speculating here. I would think that it was made clear to him by his colleagues what would happen if he didn't.
I think there's also the fact that he's been able to hide behind a few things.
Hmm.
And he can't, and I think it's been made very clear he can't do that anymore. Not everybody in the company is going to just blindly defend him. The company is like, the guy in charge now is going to defend himself and defend the company
Yeah,
for its own sake. And if the WWE has to defend itself from Vince,
it
it
will.
will.
Yeah, because in the time before, Vince essentially was WWE, so WWE's interests were his interests, or at least
Well, let's
that's
look
how
at
he saw it.
well
And this is no longer
look
the
at like
case.
well look at the whole Chris Benoit thing and how, like, why Vince did what he did.
I'm not
Like
sure
the
what you.
whole the whole censoring, removing his name from everything and distance themselves from Benoit in general.
Yeah,
That's basically what they've done with him in WWE. Like, they've removed, like, usually when people go from WWE,
they're put on the
what they do,
alumni page or
they
something.
are
Yeah,
shoved in the alumni section regardless of where they are. Vince doesn't even have that.
yeah. I would. Yeah, I think it is basically the right thing to do in this
Yeah,
situation.
it is. At this point in time, like, this could take a while. Like, lawsuits like this take a long time to go through. Like, it might take another 2-3 years to get through all this for this all to be over. And
Yeah,
even then, no one's going to forget it. It's a big black eye, and this is
yeah,
just my opinion with WWE right now. But TKO or WWE or whoever's making the decisions for creative, I think they need to make the statement that this is no, like, to fans, that this is not going to have Vince's fingerprints on it anymore.
yeah,
And I think that's why when I said that they don't need to get rid of Vince's proxies backstage, they need to get rid of some of the things that reek of Vince, like
yeah,
some of his ideas. I'm not saying get rid of the bloodline or anything. That's just extreme. but things that seem like Vince ideas.
I don't know
Like,
whether they'll go that far. The on-screen product is pretty divorced from this
I know, but
conduct.
what I mean is a big statement would be, say, Roman actually losing the belt. Us not getting predictable television would be one thing.
I mean, that is pretty far removed from the point of this, but I see what you mean. Um,
Well, the thing is that they need to distance themselves from Vince. Like, that's something that they don't need to do, but it would be a powerful statement, is what I'm saying. Is that
yeah, I
if they
agree.
wanted to make if they wanted to make a powerful statement or something, go right. This is one of Vince's ideas. This is something that Vince would have. We are not supporting this, or we are going to show that we are not going to cave in to what Vince would do, and do something like do the novel concept of giving the fans what they actually want.
Okay, but let's not make this about.
Now, obviously, not make it about the product, but again, I just want to make the gravity of how big this is,
Yeah, I see
regardless of
what
it,
you're saying. They
regardless of its end result. It's not about the result itself at the moment with them. It's about not. It's very fresh. It's a big talking point, and TKO really did not need this happen coming out when it did.
whatever happens, I just hope everyone gets. I mean, I just well, first I hope Miss Grant comes out of it okay and gets what
Well,
she's entitled to. Uh,
she deserves gratification at the very least.
yeah,
She deserves some kind of closure, because it
restitution.
sounds like, yeah, because at the end of the day, just going through this is a living is what I'm not going to say this is hell itself. This is one of the many hells that a human being can go through,
Yeah,
and it is disgusting to read what she's put up with, and the fact that, I know
abusive
that
relationships are brutal affairs.
they are horrible. Like, abusive relationships, especially when you have a dependency and fear, and
Yeah,
they manipulate it. It's terrifying. It's terrifying just to read about it. And again, we're talking about it, and it's fucking us up.
yeah. On that note, I think we should
I think we should
close
end.
this out.
Yeah, we should close this out before it becomes another rant, and we're here for another.
Yeah,
But my closing thought on it is, this was horrifying to read. It's worse than I could have ever imagined. And believe me, when you know about Vince, you kind of think you've seen everything.
yeah,
And I just hope that the end result of this, she at least comes out of this with some degree of satisfaction.
yeah. Same. Thanks for watching, anyone who did. As I say, I wanted to do this so that someone would present this lawsuit in full and proper context.
Mm.
Now it's done. We'll be back to our regularly scheduled streaming on Monday, I guess. feels a bit
Yeah.
feels a bit icky to plug yourselves right now, but yeah, this was a one-off. We don't normally do stuff like this, but
No.
I felt like it needed to be done. So thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time, whenever that is.